Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hello, friend. How's it going?
Hi. So what's up? What's the scoop?
Scoop on
What's going
which?
on? You're in Alberta, right? What's going on over in Alberta?
It's snowing. It's about the maximal amount of news you're gonna get from Alberta. Actually, there's really cool research happening in Alberta, but I don't know how many people will care about that.
What what's the research?
So I don't know if people know this, but Alberta and Canada in general are some of the world leaders in research on forensic studies. Um, most of the most commonly used like risk assessments in forensic psychology, for example, have been developed in Canada, and we have two unique data sets being built in Canada right now that basically don't exist on in any other part of the world at all, which is really cool. So that's kind of the most exciting news going on for Alberta is the research game in Alberta is for like child psychology and forensic psychology is fucking top notch. It's really cool stuff coming out of it, which is crazy because we're such a small province and everyone treats us like we're like backwater rednecks and we're leading in like FASD and neuroscience and this new youth forensic data set that we have.
So what are the two data sets?
So the first data set that I think, okay, I'm biased because I'm on both of these projects as well. So I'll be clear that I'm biased, but they are really
okay, so
unique.
hold on. This is just your stuff then.
No, not my stuff, just at all. I'm
There's
involved
really
in
cool
the
stuff
projects,
happening.
but I'm not like
There's
the
really cool
lead
stuff happening in
PI.
Alberta.
But I'm not the lead PI. Like I don't want to claim extra. I'm just part of the studies. Like I'll be on the papers when they're released and stuff like that potentially.
Right,
But
right.
the first one is Alberta recently released the last 50 years of assessments that's been done on every single juvenile offender in our province to one of my potential supervisors. And the amount of data we have on these kiddos is crazy because it's the last 50 years. So we have 50 years of longitudinal data on some of them. We have, and the level of assessment Canada does on like offenders in general, but especially juvenile offenders is insane. Like we could tell you their grade 3 teacher. Like we have everything on these kiddos. Which means what we can do is there's not a lot of like forensic knowledge that focuses on predicting outcomes for teen offenders. And there's this big question of essentially, like, is there prevention work being missed with teen offenders? And so I'm hoping I would really like to do a study that, so usually in forensic psychology, what we're trying to predict is factors that contribute to recidivism, so future crime. But I think we should actually we should do that too, but I think we should actually focus on certain protective factors. So what predicts a teen completing highest levels of education, specifically completing high school? Because one of the best protective factors of later life success is level of education achieved. So we know a lot of factors that predict whether somebody's going to do a crime again, but we don't know a ton of factors about what predicts if offenders are going to complete education. And if they get educated, there's a much higher chance that they're going to move out of the life of like criminality and into like a more like functional element in society. So that's one data set. I mean, that data set is like, that's the piece I want to study within it, but you can do infinite amounts of studies with this. Like it's crazy. It's crazy the amount of information we have on these teens. It's going to be like the forensic data on teens coming out of Alberta is going to be just infinite. It's probably another 50 years worth of research within it. Like there's just so much data there.
Well, this isn't something that I know much about, but I mean, I have heard that generally when it comes to at least male offenders, the best thing to do is to wait for them to age out of puberty, you know?
Yeah, that is one thing, but there is actually benefits. And for example, you can treat them depending on what kind of psychiatric conditions are going on. The issue is treating them. So the more severe a psychopathology, the more severe the intervention needs to be. And it's really, really hard to deliver really highly intensive and effective treatment for forensic people in general, but specifically like forensic teens, just because of like things like resistance. So they tend to get really resistant of like therapists. So they're assigned therapy hours, but they often don't engage in them. And so you can actually give really good therapy. There are some predictive factors. One of the best predictive factors of them not reoffending before the age of 25, because that's what we really want to do is can we stop them from offending before they just like get too old and get tired of it, is things like education, things like hobbies, and things like support networks. And so that's kind of the angle I want to go with my career is figuring out how do we build those things for these teens so that we're giving them hobbies, education, and support networks that help them move away from crime before they're 25. Because if you're 25 and you're finally getting out of crime, you're still really fucked for getting education. Like, these people are not aging out and then going on to leave like, I'm just happy dory and middle class. Like, a lot of these people are going on to like live in like poverty, very low class. They often are getting like very, very bare minimum jobs and are like pretty life dissatisfied. So yeah, that's one thing that we're doing in Alberta that's really cool.
Right. What's number 2?
Number 2 is we're currently collecting the largest data set of neuropsychiatric comparisons of FASD brains to normal brains in a longitudinal fashion. So we're running a study. It's been running for about 8 years. We're going to run it for another 10. Basically taking in kiddos with FASD and not FASD, giving them brain scans in 2 different periods, and then comparing them to normal kids that are aging in the same brackets, and then doing a bunch of things like IQ testing, neuropsych testing, achievement testing, functionality testing, behavioral analysis testing, a whole bunch of data, blah, 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 so that we can again start comparing functionality and whatnot between kids with FASD and kids with a normal brain, because people don't know this. FASD is actually one of the most common forms of like basically like brain injury and brain impairment. It's more people have FASD than have autism, which a lot of people don't realize.
FASD?
Fetal alcohol syndrome.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, so more people have fetal alcohol syndrome than have autism, which a lot of people don't realize. It's about 4% in Canada, so it's really, really high. And we have like no data on them. It's crazy.
Wait, 4% of kids in Canada have fetal alcohol syndrome?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
It's higher in like Norway, actually. Norway is a really high amount as well.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Just out of curiosity, what's Russia? I assume Russia's like...
I have no idea, because the prevalence rates across countries is going to really depend on if they're testing for certain things. So I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Yeah. No, because I watched a Croat video recently. It's about, I think it's 2 years old now at this point, but it was basically an analysis of Russian alcoholism and how it's kind of a unique situation there, because it's basically become like a social institution to be an alcoholic in Russia, which is a scary idea. It's a very good video though. But it seems like everyone over there is alcoholic. It's just part of being a Russian now.
Yeah, well, I mean, like vodka is a pretty like integral part of I think, their culture. Not that I can like speak too much on it, but you know, I always hear like Russians refer to like vodka as like their bread and stuff like that. So,
what it is there's something about. I mean, it's best to watch his video than just to hear me on it, right? But I think the TLDR is there's something to do with Russian history regarding the geography of the area and the invasions by the Mongols and the other social institutions that were set up in Eastern Europe, like we're talking the medieval period, that basically led to every Russian government, regardless of its political persuasion, using cheap booze as the primary way to control the population. And that's like 1,000 years of alcoholism. So,
damn, that's really interesting. Yeah, a lot of people don't know much about fetal alcohol syndrome. Especially, I find a lot of Americans don't. In Canada, like when I grew up, I was like very abundantly aware of it.
Yeah, same. I mean, I'm Canadian too, right? I'm over in Ontario.
Okay, yeah. Whereas when I talk to a lot of Americans, for example, a lot of them don't even know what the acronym stands for, which is really interesting to me. I should look up the prevalence rate of FASD in America.
Well, to be fair, I didn't know the acronym, but I do know what fetal alcohol syndrome is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. But a lot of people don't realize, there's a bunch of people asking in chat, so I'll just explain. Fetal alcohol syndrome, the common effects of it is, the most pervasive is going to be the brain effects. So it does like massive whole scale brain damage to infants in the womb. There are some bodily stuff that can occur as well. It really depends. The symptoms of FAS is going to really depend on the amount of alcohol they're exposed to and when in development, in like neonatal development they are, when they're being exposed to the alcohol. Right. So they can have physical defects on their face. There's kind of like the classic like FASD, like phenotypic expression on the face with like the flattened lip, eyes that are a little bit like lower set with a deeper brow that are like a little bit wider apart. But some kids have FASD and have none of those like physical images. But if you look at their brain, they're like, you can tell, like, for example, their brains tend to be like, the gaps between, like, the brains have big wrinkles in them.
Looking forward to the smoke.
And the gaps, you can tell how healthy a brain is the wrinkle, the down part of the wrinkle. I'm trying to describe this without using like esoteric language. The part that like folds in, it should be a really clear line, and it should be really, really plump, kind of like brain meat flesh around it. Whereas if you look at like people with like pervasive, like holistic brain damage, you're going to start seeing these wrinkles getting like bigger and wider, which is cueing that like actual brain matter between these lobes within the wrinkles are not present because they're not occupying the space. You'll also see less folding in FAS brains as well.
Does this mean that the meme about smooth brains is technically incorrect? Because it sounds like they're getting less smooth the more damage there is.
Well, the smooth brains is more of like a comparative cog thing, where like the less folded a brain is, the less wrinkles there are, the less complex the brain is, right? So like our brains are kind of like our colon, where they fold in on themselves so that it gives maximal surface area while taking up a very small amount of volume. So the less folded the brain is, the less complex it is, right? So if you look at like less intelligent species, typically you're going to see less folding in the brain. It just shows that like, so like that's what people mean by smooth brain, is there's like less wrinkles.
Right. So I got to be honest. Well, first of all, it sounds like you're doing two really cool things.
Yeah,
that
it's
are
super fun.
A bit out of my depth. I mean, I'm my psychology education comes from taking intro to psych and abnormal psych in university.
Okay,
And
nice.
the only reason I did that is because the professor was like, "Listen, if you're not getting a psych degree, at least go to abnormal psych. That's where all the fun stuff is."
Yeah, abnormal psych is really fun. It's where you get to diagnose all your friends.
But that was still almost 15 years ago at this point.
Okay,
And
yeah.
since then, I've been watching you, and I've been watching Aiden Paladin, and I've been watching like some other psych people online. So I don't have any formal education in this stuff.
Okay, well, you gotta be careful of psych people online, including myself. I very much say, like in psychology, there is absolutely a hierarchy of expertise, and the greatest number one thing on that hierarchy is having data behind your words. Right? There's a lot of pop psych that is very bad and full of misinformation, and I've been seeing more and more like TikTokers and different like psychologists starting to like jump in social media and just like debunk really bad pop psych, because it's like, it's crazy how much like bad information there is on psychology. It's wild.
It's when you can like go to some kind of strange places on the internet and see people using evolutionary psychology to talk about like why some races are inferior and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about that junk.
Yeah.
To be fair, there's always been like a scientism streak, I think, in psychology, even since like oh god, I don't recall who it was that said this, but there was an American psychologist, or actually no, this would have been pre-psychology, but it still would have. Hold on, what era are we? We're talking about the slavery era, and I think psychology hadn't been formalized at that point. There was some idea of it, but it wasn't.
Psychology like really formalized with William Wundt in like 1890. So
okay, this would be a bit before that. But basically, there was a guy who decided to say that slaves who wanted to be free had some sort of a psych-related mental problem, and he wrote this would have been like the, what was it, early 1800s. He wrote some sort of literature that was all complete nonsense, but it was basically just justifying the current political situation using mental health. And I feel like there's probably maybe not a tradition, but at least like a strain of psych that probably has some bad actors doing that all throughout its history.
for sure. I mean, if you go to any field of science, especially any science that can be like mapped onto human expression and existence, there's absolutely bad actors who have tried to like weaponize science for like bad means. And I would, so like you see the most of it in like biology and psychology. Not as much in sociology, but that's also because it's like not a super strong science in comparison. Not that I'm saying like psychology is a hard science by any means. There's just like some level of like empirical rigor that's applied to it. But yeah, absolutely, there are bad actors, and we have to be careful, right? Like that. This is why people are afraid of IQ, is because IQ was weaponized in a really, really bad way. The issue is like, we don't need to solve that problem by dismissing IQ tests. What we need to do is like prove why, for example, if they're like prove why basically racists can be racist, but that doesn't mean that like they can weaponize science. So like explaining things like, IQ isn't the same thing as moral value. at all.
Yeah.
Weird concept, which our society still struggles with. I mean, I started my platform by talking about IQ tests, and then I realized it seems like nobody can engage with IQ tests like well, because it's really hard to like disentangle IQ from like moral value for a lot of people, right? If I say like somebody is less, say I like, yeah, my one friend has like a lower IQ. What they hear is my friend is worse. And it's like, well, that's not necessarily true. Like, say I have a friend who does have a lower IQ, which I've never talked about my friend's IQ. They might be super gifted in a million other areas. Like IQ is predictive of certain things and success in certain areas and in areas that our society values. But I would argue, like, isn't it a problem that we don't value other things that are predicted for outside of IQ? But yeah, like being.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But I mean, I think there's just a natural tendency to have a chuckle at someone who like. Okay, I'll just use an example. Okay, so Xander Hall, you know who Xander Hall is?
Yes. I've seen a bit of his content, not a ton, but yeah, I know he is.
So he did an IQ test on his stream, and he got like a 93 or something, which is below average.
Okay, well, any test that you do that you could just do on your screen is garbage, just as a heads up.
Of course.
But also, if he got 93, that is surprising because these things always inflate you by like 20 to 30 points.
Well, he got a 93, and then he turned around and said that, well, IQ isn't real anyway, and it's all just a tool of capitalism to try and keep working people down, to create a class structure. And I was like, this just sounds like coping at this point. And it was funny, and it's kind of cruel because we're laughing at a guy because of intelligence, but there's also still like some Schadenfreude there, especially since he's been not very nice to me over the.
FOS is now called FOS for fetal alcohol spectrum disorders.
And understand that it's also probably a little bit cruel too.
Yeah. It can be cruel. And like our societies really do like most infrastructure in our society absolutely abuses IQ. And like how
apparently I'm actually extremely quiet for your audience.
Really? I'll bump you up even more.
Can you hear me?
No, I'll bump you up even more. You're at 148. I'll bump you up to 200.
Oh, well, sorry. Hold on. Maybe I can do something on my end. Just me, if you like.
Yeah, no, please. If they can't hear you, then this is a one-sided conversation, and then everyone's. I saw a couple of like, this is awkward, and I feel like maybe that's why they were saying this.
Can you imagine that it's just you talking to yourself, actually, and they couldn't hear me at all?
That would be kind of awkward. I'm not gonna lie. So you're way louder for me, but I'm checking your decibels on my thing, and it's not higher. But everything on my side is maxed.
Oh. I gave it a short nudge on my audio interface here. I can give it another short nudge. Well, I'll watch the chat just in case they
Your voice is a little distorted now, so it hasn't bumped up in volume. It's just kind of distorted your voice, like it's like peaking really hard now. So you can probably drop it down. You're staying at the same decibel now, so you can probably drop it down a little bit. It sounds like people are saying it's okay.
Okay, here's what I'll turn down the gain, but I'll turn up the level, I think.
Okay.
Because gain like affects the sound that your mic takes in, and then level just takes that sound afterwards and then boosts it.
Thank you, Cowboy Christ, for letting people know about FAS being called FASD. It is called both, technically. FAS is fetal.
All right, how do I sound now?
But yeah. You sound good. Let's do a couple more tests.
Test. Hello. How's it going?
You're pretty good. You're a little peaky still, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. Okay. You're or clipping or something.
I'm clipping. All right. Tell Dev that he's dummy thick. Yeah, I know. I mean, fat's in the name, right? Yeah.
Isn't it? So, I love when you get insults about things that you're like, I don't know how often you get insults like that, but I'll often get insults that'll be like using the not so. Like they'll be like, not so smart indeed. And I'm like, good one. Like, it's kind of implied with the name, but go for it, King. Go off.
So I guess the quick TLDR on who I am for your audience, since we just talked for like 5 minutes, but I might as well act like we just started.
Yeah.
So I started in 2009 on YouTube, and
wow.
The name Short Fat Otaku was because it was me and my friends when we were younger, goofing around with a camera, making like Channel Awesome style anime videos. rather than, because Channel Awesome had people doing games and people doing movies,
Mm.
but not really that many anime people. And I liked anime, and my friends liked anime, so we were gonna do an anime show, and we did that for a bit, and we had like a few viral hits. But in 2009, you're not really making a living on you. This is pre-Patreon, so. But we got like, the first video we put up got like 250,000 views, which is a lot back then, and it was like, oh shit, maybe we can actually make this work. But there was no money in it, and also copyright strikes back then were just your video got deleted. There was no appeals process.
Oh wow.
So it was, yeah. So it was hard to actually kind of keep the momentum going on the channel.
Yeah.
And also, like, we were going off to university, and we kind of had things to do that were, real life things. And we tried to do like Let's Plays, and we did Let's Plays for a couple of years, and those were actually more successful. I turned those into a side channel where I do like gaming content on the side, and I still get like 100 viewers whenever I stream over there, like 50 to 100. It's pretty good. It's a nice little side hustle.
Nice.
But Gamergate came along in 2014, and I was like, well, maybe I should, toss my hand into the online politics ring, and I did that, and that's when the channel really started growing. And so, I did some videos that had some traction. I got a shout out from Sargon in like 2018, and that gave me like 40,000 subs.
Damn.
And it got to a point where I could like quit my job and start. I was like, well, maybe I should YouTube full time, and I've been doing that for maybe a year and a half now. So,
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, living the dream. At least for me, it's my dream. So
you're full time now. Like you're able to basically afford life.
I'm full time, and I also have employees.
Ooh, that's how you know you've really made it.
Yeah, one full time editor, and then my girlfriend also pitches in. She's part time though.
Okay.
The goal is to eventually like hire all my friends and just spend our days having fun.
So
that's the goal.
I'm so curious now that you've been in this space way longer than me, and I know kind of obviously I'm stealing this directly from Devin Nash, but I always hear that there's kind of two major like forms of monetization that you can pursue as content creator, which is maximize views, maximize numbers of like subscribers and everything, and assume that a very small percentage of them will give money, and they'll give a very small amount of money. Or maximize like a niche, have a lot less people, but those people give a lot more money in total because they like really value the niche content that essentially that you're providing. Do you think that you're catering to one or the other?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it like that. I have always treated my channel as a personal project that I never expect to make any money on. I just so happen to. So that's why there will always be like, sometimes there'll be a conflict. It's like, listen, this is the video that I feel like making today, or this is the stream that I feel like doing today. And some people are like, well, that's not what I wanted to see today. Well, it's like, okay, well, you can come by tomorrow then. But like, I've always kind of put my own interests first and the audience second, as selfish as that kind of sounds, because I realize that like, if I faked it, it just wouldn't be very good. If I talked about a topic that I don't really care about, but it's the big thing right now, I think it would just it would be shallow, and it would be I wouldn't care, and people could tell. The audience could tell that I didn't care, and it would just you do that too much, and then you lose everything, because then it's like, oh, this guy's just sellout, So I don't really look at my numbers that much. I don't look at my like, oh, did this video do better or worse? I don't really watch that too hard. It's actually probably to my detriment that I'm not data driven on YouTube. But I feel like I might end up destroying myself if I try to.
Yeah, I mean, I try to never look at numbers at all. I like let my editor do that almost exclusively, because it's just like, yeah, it's just not a good situation if I do, because I'll get obsessive for sure.
Yeah, I can definitely. I do. So, like, at my size, you have to at least sometimes. But I can tell whenever I go into the analytics panel, I can like feel the itch in the back of my brain, and it's like, okay, I can't spend more than a few minutes here just to do what I need to do, and then I need to get out of here. I can't just watch these numbers for like the next 6 hours.
Yeah. No, I agree. You just get in your head, and like the problem is that if you're making content that you feel like obliged to make, I feel like the content quality necessarily goes down, which like hurts the wallet, but also is like kind of disappointing your viewers, which is like why you're kind of doing this. And there's like this very weird inverse relationship that you can have with it.
Mm-hmm. So Artemis Fowl is somebody who watches me quite a bit. He just sent you a $5. He said, "This is money I would give to SFO, but he's Canadian. Erudite's Canadian.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, it's still going up north, man, no matter what you do."
Done fucked up. Oh no.
Here you go. This is money I would give to SFO, but he's a Canadian.
He's a nice guy. He's a bit autistic. I've talked to him a few times, and he's kind of nuts. He's been on my stream a few times, and it always...
An autistic person online? That's crazy. There's no neurodivergent people online.
I've hosted Artemis Fowl, who's very libertarian, versus Econo Boy on economics. And that was a shit show of a stream.
Was it?
My God. It was fun. It was really fun. Because like they both seem to be pretty educated and pretty intelligent people, but they hard disagree. And it was like, oh, okay. And then I'm just kind of sitting there watching because I don't really know too much. Like I know a little bit about economics. I took intro, but like my university career, by the way, is like intro in every single field.
Did you get a degree? Did you ever get a degree or?
I did, yeah. But I took 7 years to get a 4-year degree.
Oh wow! So what is your degree in?
English literature, the most useless degree.
Wait, you generalized on everything and then you settled on English lit? How the fuck? I feel like that is not the direction I would expect. Why did you settle on English lit?
Because I liked it, you know?
Okay, yeah.
It's the same as my YouTube channel. I found that like, okay, so...
You know, I miss people going to university, and I understand why people don't do this, because university has just become like the bare minimum for most jobs. But I wish we had a university system where people just went into things because they wanted to think.
Artemis
and they liked it, and they wanted to be researchers. Thank you, Lamigear, for making fun of Artemis publicly and loudly. Appreciate that.
He is also one of my guys too. I did an at everyone on my Discord to annoy everyone to get them all over here.
Ooh, wow. I was telling my chat that you and I have been like DM friends for quite a while. But we've
like 6
never
months, eh?
I know, but we've never chatted publicly. It's crazy.
So I started watching you because of Destiny, which is probably a story you've heard a lot.
What? You found me through Destiny? No way. Oh my gosh. Hashtag Orbiter life.
I'm in DGG chat a fair amount. He gave me a shiny check mark because everyone kept asking if it was actually me. But I'm in DGG chat, and I don't pop on. I don't have a Discord permissions to actually jump on his streams at all. But I watch, and you know it's been pretty interesting conversations until like the current Orbiter arc. That just seems to be pure fucking cancer right now. So I'm not watching right now, but I've watched a fair amount now for about a year. So I was like, oh great, Erudite. She seems really cool and interesting. I'm gonna go check out her stream since Destiny's not online right now. And I go over to your stream, and you're watching one of my videos.
Oh yeah.
And then you're like, now guys, this is not a very good video, but there's at least a nugget of truth in here that we should probably consider. And I was like, oh okay.
This bitch.
I don't know what dev means. I was amazing on the election night.
What video was that?
I was calm, reasonable, and centrist in my opinions.
It was like a 2019
Econo
video.
Boy, though.
It might have changed a few views since then.
It was old. Thank you, Artemis, again. Artemis is shit-talking you.
Oh, of course he is.
Yeah. I was amazing on the election night. I was calm, reasonable, centrist in my opinions. Econo Boy, though. Shots fired at Econo Boy.
Econo Boy's a nice guy. I disagree with him a lot, but he's a really nice guy. I've enjoyed talking. I've talked to him like 4 times now. He's great.
Yeah.
He's got a pretty big brain for economics, and I've learned a lot from him.
Let's see if I go to your page. I wonder if it'll just like, if I'll be able to see like which one has got a view bar on it.
I talked about Mass Effect in it. It was like a video game oriented. It was something like the right in the 90s was censorious and the left was free speech, and now things have switched around on its head. It was a video kind of about that, because I talked about like Jack Thompson, if you know who he is. He was like a politician in the US who wanted to get video games banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I talked about like the Mass Effect controversy, where in 2007 Mass Effect comes out and you can play as a human lady and have a lesbian sex scene with a blue alien lady, and you can see like a blue bum for a few seconds in the game. And so Fox News back in 2007 stirred up this big controversy about it, and how it was the degeneracy that was destroying the youth of today was in video games.
I love blue
so
bums.
Did you play Mass Effect? Are you a gamer at all?
I play games. I don't know if anyone would honor me with the title of gamer. by any means.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it actually came out because they did a remaster of the Mass Effect trilogy last winter, I think, and it came out in the hype to the release of that because of the Fox News backlash towards the lesbian sex in Mass Effect 1, they took a character in Mass Effect 2 who was very clearly a lesbian or at least bisexual, like a very butch character. And they had recorded voice lines with the actress for a lesbian romance option, and they took it out. And they took it out, and they had no gay sex in Mass Effect 2 because they didn't want any backlash from Fox News again.
Damn.
Like, well, damn.
Kowtowed by the Christians back when Christians used to be the ones who were censoring people.
Yeah.
The old religious guard, and now we have a new religious guard.
So the video was something about how like the censorious nature of politics has inverted. That I think the video was something about that, and you had some kind of problem with it, but I don't remember the problem.
I can't remember at this point.
I can't remember either. It was like 6 months ago.
I'm sure I felt very strongly though, and I hated you in that moment.
Oh yeah. But that was like a 2019 video, I think, and I might have changed. I might have been softened on opinions or changed things since then. But I mean, I still think that the general thesis is the same. That I think the left right now is pretty censorious, and it's probably not good for us. Because I'm in my 30s at this point. I remember an era when the left wasn't that, and that's when I called myself a leftist, and now I don't call myself a leftist because I don't like where things are going. You know?
Yeah, plus the leftists kind of hate you. Although the right hates you too, so... Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Both of them hate me. It's great. So, I've... Vosh has called me a fascist at least once on his stream. And I do know the serfs have done the same. Lance over there. Pretty much all the bread tubers. I don't come up often because I'm not that big of a figure. But when I do come up, it's like, oh, he's that fascist guy. And it's like, oh, all right.
What does the right call you?
A communist.
Okay.
Because for me, I'm just like, hey, I don't mind a universal healthcare service in the government. It's probably a decent use of tax dollars, guys. And they're like, oh, so you're a redistributive commie cuck who wants the state to just give you handouts. It's like, all right, guys. All right.
So what?
However, oh no, go ahead. Go on.
I was just going to ask, what do you think is your least popular take with the left? Where do you think we would most disagree?
You and I? Well, do you consider yourself a leftist?
No, I've never been a leftist.
No?
I mean, I thought I was a leftist when I was in Normie Land because I'm quite progressive.
Yes.
But then I realized that on the internet, I'm at minimum, I'm probably a moderate progressive.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've heard a lot of people say you're a liberal, not a leftist, right? When you talk about like people who aren't socialists.
Yes.
And it's like fair enough.
Yeah.
And if that's the definition, fine. I don't have any emotional attachment to the label of left. I will take the centrist position. I'm okay with that, As for what you and I disagree with, I'm not sure. I've watched a fair amount. I think I've watched more of your stuff than you've watched of mine at this point. So I'm not sure. I mean,
I'm a bad consumer of content. I need to do it more. I get stressed though. I get stressed watching other people's content because every time I watch somebody's content, I'll be like, man, they do this really well. And then I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm not doing that. I need to be doing this.
Oh, I feel the exact same way with everyone that I watch.
Yeah.
So
it's a problem. I literally like some people's streams I can't like watch sometimes because the whole time I'm just stressing about like where they excel, which is the most self-focused thing you could ever do, of being like, I know I'm trying to watch my friend make content here, but gosh, I feel insecure. Like it's so lame. It makes me so mad. But I'm always doing this balance of like, yeah, but I also need to be like mentally healthy and I have a lot of work to do as well. So like, how do I juggle all of these fish? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I know what I did because I feel the exact same way. I got to a point where I'm just like, okay, so what can I learn from this? And I become more analytical. And now it's like, okay, I've taken enough criticism over the years that now I'm just in the pure like, okay, how do I improve mode? I'll watch something, I'll be like, oh, I should do this. And then I don't beat myself up nearly as much anymore. I'm just okay, I'll do it.
Found you through Destiny a while back. Subscribing. I think you are more interesting than Destiny in many ways. Much love.
Oh, okay. So you also, however, watched my 3 forms of fascism video. That was my most recent magnum opus. That's been like a year in the making.
Yes, and you got in a lot of trouble for that, I heard.
Wait, did I?
I thought you said that the right came out and just was fucking... Weren't we talking about how they were attacking you over it?
That's right. I actually forgot that because it happens so often. I have like a new... Okay, so for example, since that video came out, let me just quickly see because it's been a little bit. I did. I'm in my back end right now. Where is that video? Okay. So since then, I did my "Are trans women actually women" video, and my answer to that was like mostly no. However, I did leave like the door open for like a tiny yes at the end, and that got a lot of right-wing people kind of angry. I did a video on where is it? I did a video on the MAGA Republicans. You know how Biden did that speech like 2 months ago, where he was like, the MAGA Republicans, they want to overthrow democracy, and the right got really
and he had like the red background, and people like clipped it so he looked like an evil Sith overlord.
Yeah. So the right got like highly offended at that, and I was like, well, I'm going to examine this and actually look into it.
Yeah.
And what I found is that, you know, from an outsider's point of view, he didn't say anything too bad. However, if you like put yourself in the shoes of a rightoid and try to examine it from there, from what I don't. There's probably a psychology term for this, no.
Zeitgeist?
It is worldview, but it's worldview, but it's more than that. It's that when you hold a belief, it never feels like a belief. It just feels like the way the world is. Does that make sense?
Yes. That does make sense.
If you were to say, hey, you know, rightoids have this belief, but to them it doesn't feel like a belief. It feels like reality. So you have to like really say, okay, what they believe is the truth. And so kind of reorient your brain for a few minutes and be like, okay, so the right-wingers actually think the election was rigged and stolen from them, and that January 6th was a populist uprising against a corrupt government desperately trying to take back democracy, and it failed and it was put down. Okay? So put yourself in that headspace and now listen to what Biden's saying. And it sounds extremely scary. No, I don't agree with them, by the way. Just so we're clear here, that I don't believe that the election was stolen in 2020. I'm not one of those guys. But I've talked to a lot of people who believe that, and I've tried to like understand their point of view, try to make them understand my point of view. And a lot of them are extremely frightened. So when I made that video, I had saved up since 2017 a series of events where left-wing people had been physically attacking right-wing people just for wearing a MAGA hat. And I had like half a dozen of them where you see people coming up to, like, one guy, I know Stardust watched this video on her stream, and she was surprised at how much of this violence was going unreported in the mainstream media. One guy in New York, he's an Asian guy he owned an art gallery in New York. He had a MAGA hat on just walking around town, and a crowd of people came up and just beat the shit out of him. He had a broken eye socket. His eye was like all red and bloodied, and like his face was like swollen up to like double the size of what it normally is. It was a pretty brutal attack. And on right-wing media, you see this all the time, right? If you go over to Parler or Getter or whatever, you're going to see another leftoid has attacked a MAGA patriot, and you're going to see a picture of like a guy who's like all bruised and bloodied up. And these are real attacks. Like, you know, a week before the midterm election, a Republican candidate got his house shot up, and no one in mainstream media talked about that. Like that went completely under the radar. But this guy had his family at home, and you know, the FBI investigated. It was some deranged leftoid did a drive-by on his house. No one said a thing about it.
Oh, this is the problem with this type of criminal type of conversation is right, on one side, we're only hearing...
Erudite, do you believe that conservatives view the repeal of Roe v. Wade as progressive?
Saying that I'm a Tim Pool
How does the
no,
left try to understand
I also
their
listen to the
opponents?
left. I see when the left is victims too.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's interesting, right? Is that the conservatives will look at this and be like, see, look at all these crazy things happening. And I'm like, okay, but if I just Googled transgender woman attacked, and I can also find just like stories from like a month ago, 3 days ago, 2 months ago, 2 days ago,
yes,
right? Exactly, and so it's like, the issue is like all sorts of crime is going on all the time. And just to be clear, it's all bad. Like, crime's bad, fucking obviously. And the problem is that if you have a worldview that's only talking about one of them, then you because both sides feel afraid. I think that's the issue. And the issue is I sympathize. I think both sides, I think this is a criticism I would give of like the center, is there is cause for concern. There is cause for concern. We are attacking both of these groups. There is increasing in like violence and division, and like the institutions are really, really fucked. Like, both sides are now concerned about the institution integrity. And I think that there's good reason for this, right? I'm like, there's all of this, and I think we have to be really careful in the center to not like do the both sides and be like, but both sides have validity. It's like one of them probably has, they might have equal validity. One side might have more validity. It's really, really, really fucking hard to tell. This is where we need like science and data. But
yes, yeah,
they're both afraid, and I think both sides should be a little bit afraid. I can understand why they would be on both ends.
Yeah. So what you said is completely correct. But if you were to go up to that guy who had like a broken eye socket and a swelled up face and told him that, it wouldn't be very convincing to him, you know? He'd be like, I just got the shit kicked out of me simply for being a Republican. What are you talking about? Right. And that's not an unreasonable reaction to have. So like I watch people who are much further left than me, and I watch people who are much further right than me. You know, I'll watch some bread tubers that I don't really like. You know, I'll watch there's some really crazy people on the right that I don't really like, but I'll check out everything. You know, and what I see. So I made a video, and this video was basically here's a collection of things that I know the left has ignored, where right-wing people have been legitimate victims of crime, and I know you guys know this. So we're coming into 2020. The right has 4 years of feeling like the victim and feeling like no one's listening to them whenever they get attacked, whenever they get shot up, whenever something happens. And now we're asking them to accept, oh, by the way, you actually did lose the election. Right. That's even though it's true, it's a really hard pill to swallow, you know? When you have 4 years of victimizing these people and then ignoring them and then turning around and saying, oh yeah, even though the media ignored all this shit for 4 years, now you got to believe us when we say that you actually aren't the victim this time. Like, good luck getting them to believe that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And the issue is, it's really hard. It's really hard because this is where I struggle with the conservatives, right? This is why, like, I don't think I'd ever fall into the conservatives, is I think at an anecdotal level, I understand them. Mm-hmm. All of the data I find makes me hesitant. But then I take into mind, I'm like, I know that they don't trust the institutions. I know the institutions are left-leaning and stuff like that. Not that I think the FBI is, but it's like, I understand at an anecdotal level why people on both sides are afraid. The issue is that it doesn't mean that equivalency is actually occurring here. And
keep up the good work. Fire.
Figuring out if it is an equivalency or if there actually is one side that has a much more legitimate claim to concern is really fucking hard to tease apart. Because, like, for example, like, I can get stats on like increases on like crime. Like, there's pretty clear stats on the increase of anti-trans crime by the FBI, right? That's pretty clear. If I look up like MAGA hat crime, I don't find anything, but I don't know if the FBI is even categorizing those types of assaults as MAGA hat related assaults. Like, I don't know. I'll have to keep looking, but it's like, how are these things being like anti-trans categorization makes sense? What would they be categorizing as like an assault based on like being conservative? Are they even tracking that as like a politically based assault, or are they just counting that as an assault? Or they're counting it as a racial, like poverty? Like, how is this getting categorized? And so like a lot of these things are like super hard, but I think like a very legitimate criticism of the moderate is that they just want to fence sit and say both sides are equal, and it's like sometimes they're not. Sometimes there is a worse case, and it's really important, I would argue, for everyone to figure out which it is.
Yeah, I definitely agree. As somebody who does a lot of fence sitting myself, I definitely agree. The issue is, like, I'll talk to the right and they'll say the same thing, but for their side, right? They'll be like, Dev, you gotta get off the fence here. Clearly the left's evil and they're coming after us, man. And I'm like, well, I don't know about that, you know? And then I'll hear people on the left say the same thing. And I'm like, well, sometimes I don't know about that either.
Right. Or I do know, or like I'll hear like they're like, but they're deplatforming conservatives. I'm like, that's fucking true. And then like, but like anti-trans like sentiment is on the rise. And I'm like, that's fucking true. Like both of these things are true, right? And like I get somebody was like, okay, well, is deplatforming the same thing as being anti-trans? And it's like, they're obviously not the same construct. The issue is we have to analyze like impact. And that's really fucking hard to do because the anti-trans stuff feels at face validity as having the more impact. Like that feels self-evident. However, like deplatforming has major, major consequences that we're really only starting to see that are not as self-evident or like intuitive. So, yeah.
Yeah. And then like, I don't know if there's like a formal name for this fallacy. I've been taking to calling it the spotlight effect, where you look at like libs of TikTok, for example, right?
Yeah.
And libs of TikTok might show you a video, and that video is going to be of a person who is trans or genderqueer or something, who is actually acting quite poorly, and maybe they shouldn't have their job in the school where they're talking about doing these weird things. But then you scroll through libs of TikTok and you see another one of those videos, and you might see 5 of those videos. And so now, and let's just assume, just for the sake of the argument, that these are 5 cases of people who probably should be fired for what they're doing. Then you're going to think, this is fucking everywhere. This is every teacher now in the United States.
In 2018,
it's 5 teachers,
Congress asked FBI if they are tracking Antifa violence, and the FBI said no.
Bad,
then FBI claims white men are the most dangerous
bad,
to democracy.
But it's not like a huge systemic problem with every single school in the United States.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just call it the spotlight effects. That kind of intuitively makes sense. I don't know what we should call that.
Sampling bias, availability, confirmation bias, motivated thinking. It's kind of all these things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I've also seen like an equivalent account called Chuds of TikTok from the left, and they're posting TikToks of these rednecks who are talking about how they want to overthrow the government and how democracy isn't legitimate anymore. And it's like, well, look at these people. It's like, yeah, but these are still just 5 rednecks, you know?
It's why we need to figure out as a society how to think well. And we tried critical thinking, and that has been fucking garbage. Critical thinking, like education, doesn't work at all. It's basically just like, it feels nice. But yeah, we just need a society that thinks well. An amazing researcher who like talks about this type of shit, who's talked to like people that probably we would mutually respect, like Jonathan Haidt and like other researchers, is Julia Galef. Mm-hmm. Like she talks, her entire life's work is literally talking about how to think well, because like these are heavily complicated, highly politicized. So it's like, even if I say, let's get the data, okay, well, what if the institutions aren't working very well? Well, they're slow as well. What if there's a bias within the institution? For example, like sometimes the FBI does tend to overblow certain things and call like things like terrorism when it's like, maybe it's terrorism, maybe it's not. But also like we have academic institutions who are maybe like dismissive, sometimes have like conservative talking points. And so it's like, trust, like we want to use the data, but interpretation of data can be corrupted by like human political bias. This is like why when you try to look at like trans athletes, when you try to look at the literature on trans athletes, it is like so complicated to actually work through, which is why I love talking with Jangles, right? Because he's somebody who's really dominant on the left side of understanding this. And it was I don't know if you ever saw our conversation. It was like one of the best conversations that I think I've ever had in this space. It was a debate.
I don't watch any Jangles, and I don't think he likes me very much.
Oh, that's too bad.
I don't know why. Maybe I trolled him on Twitter once, and I don't know, but
that's fair. But he was insanely good faith, right? And we basically came to the space of being like, look, the literature on trans athletes is pathetic. There's not a lot. We don't really know fully what's going on. There's a lot of theoretical speculation, and there's some data that is starting to fall in a certain direction. The problem is that on both sides of the spectrum, most of the data is being interpreted by heavily biased researchers. It's incredibly difficult to find a researcher who's just going into this and in a much more open way, just trying to explore and see what the data actually says. There's one lead, I can't remember her name, she's doing some really, really interesting, she's coming out with a meta-analysis in 2024 that I'm really excited for. But it's like, even in preparing for my trans athlete debates, I went through basically every single study released on trans athletes that I could possibly find. And I've never seen anybody cite a study outside of the list that I looked through. And it was like alarming how little we know. Like nobody even controlled for body fat percentage. I think there's one study now that's come out very recently that finally controlled for body fat percentage, when this is like the most obvious thing that you should be controlling for. Like my husband thought of it.
Based erudite.
You know, it's crazy. And so it's like, when we're talking about these things, both sides want to see like, it's so fucking obvious. And I'm like, you don't know the first thing about data analysis if you think that this is fucking obvious, in especially complex shit like political crime, terrorism type shit. It's not fucking obvious. And so it's like, you don't want to be a fence sitter who does like the false equivalency and being like, yeah, but both sides are being meanie go beanies, right? What you want to do is being like, what if both sides have legitimate claims, but they're very different claims that require different responses? And also, are one of these sides posing greater threat to the other? Is one side more inclined towards violence than the other? Things like that, right? Thank you for the subs. Sorry. And the raid. Thank you, Smugbug, for the raid.
There was like, you got like 20 gifted memberships there. It's a big bundle.
Woo!
Congrats.
Thanks, guys.
So I had seen, I think it was actually today, I saw a Reddit post of somebody who's just like, listen, it's from a left-wing point of view. Listen, the data doesn't matter, and self-ID is more important for political reasons, so ignore all that shit, and if someone identifies, you should just let them play in the sport of their choice. And it's like, well, no. Sorry about that, but I'm not going to agree with that at all. What is your... I haven't watched any of your trans sports debates. I watched actually, you know what? I think I watched one with Destiny where it was with Jangles, in fact. I think that's the only Jangles video I've seen in like the past year.
Yeah. So
what is your take on the whole thing anyway?
Well, we mutually came to actually a good conclusion. The debate was the most productive shit I've ever come because we came up with a number of prescriptions that seems to do the best at balancing certain things. Because my orientation is sports is vital for people's well-being and functioning. If there is one group, hold on, sorry. Thank you so much, Anthony Rojas. I gotta skip this alert because I am getting so distracted. But thank you so much, Anthony. I really, really appreciate it. So here's what we see in the data is it's really important to get teens connected to sports. Sports is one of the most supportive, community-based, well-being promoting protective factors that we can give teens that tends to be affordable and accessible pretty much across the board. There is still a bit of a financial gatekeep, but depending on the sport, a lot of those gatekeeps can be somewhat overcome because it'll be like $20 to $30, whereas like hockey would be something like $600, right? So you got things like soccer and track, which are going to be really, really important sports to try to get your lower income individuals, right? So my whole goal in the trans athlete conversation is saying, how do we get trans athletes competing and ensuring that we're maintaining sport fairness? Because sport fairness is not like a simple thing. Sport fairness is a very scientifically defined construct that is heavily researched dominantly because of the Paralympics, actually. This is where a lot of the sports fairness research really budded out of, was looking at people with certain amputations. So I think one of the most famous cases that people talk about is there was a guy who had a leg amputated and had I think both of his legs were amputated from I think, just above the knee. And he had two prosthetic legs that were somewhat springy. And what they did when they researched him is that he couldn't engage with basically like bio-legged people, like people who were not amputees, because he actually had a fair play advantage because his springs gave a certain increase of force per muscle mass because of the density and the flexibility of the metal springs, right? Something that is fucking complex, by the way, like not self-evident. It's complicated. So
okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Anyone who was a kid in the 90s who watched or played video games or shows where you had like a character with robot legs could see that coming from a mile away. Yeah. I guarantee you, because that's the first thing I thought of. I don't even know the story. The first thing I thought of was he's going to have bionic legs and he's going to be able to jump like way higher.
Yeah. So what we found with trans athletes right now is this. We do know that it seems that certain advantages are maintained even after. So I would recommend basically always making sure that you have had HRT for about a year. Ideally, the actual amount should be 2 years. We see that hemoglobin levels, red blood cells, and just testosterone as well tend to be mostly regulated and balanced by that time. The recommendation for T levels is still under 5 milligrams per like deciliter. That's pretty standard because most women are between like 2 to 4, and it can be really dangerous and difficult. So that's kind of where most people end. What I suggested to Jangles is that isn't sufficient because it seems to be the case that most trans athletes maintain strength benefits. It's not super clear why. My theory, based on not just me, obviously, based on what I've read, theoretically speculative, is that the reason that they maintain some of this is because, so a lot of people don't know this, a muscle cell is multinucleic. So you can have multiple nucleuses within a single cell. So muscle cells are massive, right? You can have a single cell spanning the entire length of your bicep because there's multiple nucleuses along it. You can also have them be wider than regular cells because, again, you can add nucleuses to maintain the function across greater volume and space. So these little nucleuses, myonucleic cells, when you build them up, so say I get a really big pump, right? I get really strong, and then I maybe get like a major back injury. What we discover is that if I stop training, say for a year, my muscles deplete, they atrophy, I'm very skinny and small, no muscles, no gains. If I go back to the gym, the first little while at the gym, I'm going to see explosive growth up until basically just a little bit below where I was before. The reason why we see that is because of the nuclei. They never go away. So like for really simply, if I have 6 extra nucleuses in my muscle cell, those things never disappear ever, ever, ever. And that means that your cap for actual cross-sectional space in your muscle is higher because you've already made those nucleuses, whereas the process of adding new nucleuses in just takes a really long time and a lot of really rigorous training. So that's my theory, and I didn't get into this, but I also suspect that they have greater like motor neuronal. So motor neurons in your body need space. And so the bigger cross-sectional space a muscle is, the more space there is for motor neuron, like the really small ones, to develop and exist within there. And so you can have 2 people with similar bicep size, and one of them has developed more motor neurons in that space because they've just done a lot more specific type of training, who can be way, way stronger. But if you've already had a lot more cross-sectional space, those motor neurons don't really disappear either. So these are 2 things that even after HRT, even after all these things, these 2 things maintain, from what we see, permanently for at least an athlete's career. It might be possible that like, because cells die and renew every like 7 years or so. So it's possible that these things will go away after like a certain number of years, but most athletes' careers, like 5 to 6 years max, right? And they're really peaking, their peak performances are going to be within like 3 to 4 years for most explosive sports. So how do we accommodate this? Well, one of the best things we can do is control for the amount of muscle mass that's being available to a person's body. Women have to maintain a higher body fat percentage. Their organs shut down if they get below a certain percent. Men can go significantly lower. Typically, women need to stay above 12 to 13%, again, depending on genetics. Whereas typically some men can go as low as 4 before their organs start showing down. That's really low. Most men can get to 5 or 6% and maintain. So that means there is a 6% gap of weight on your body that can be fat or muscle. And so if you're doing explosive sports, you want as much of your body weight devoted to muscle and not fat, because muscle generates the force. Fat is inertia, right? Except for in swimming, where fat is buoyancy as well. So what I suggested is essentially having like a minimum body fat requirement for specifically at least trans women. And my goal is to also let trans men compete. Because here's the thing, if trans women maintain an advantage, that means trans men maintain a disadvantage as well, potentially. And so we actually need to accommodate both athletes. So Jangles and I both kind of came to this together, but suggested basically having a body fat minimum, especially for weight categoried sports. So it's not a solution to team sports, and it's not a solution to all like track sports, but it is a solution to like actually most sports in the Olympics there's a ton of weight categorized sports, like most fighting sports and stuff like that. So that is one solution that I can come up of, but this is based on very paucity of literature. And it's like, and that's just my fucking idea and Jangle's idea, okay? Somebody else who's much smarter than me and much more trained in the space probably can come up with a better idea.
Right. So as somebody who's a layman on this, no, I'm learning stuff, so I enjoy it. As somebody who's a layman on this, I did my own layman video looking at some data as I understood it as a layman, making sure to tell my audience always that, hey, I'm an English literature guy. I don't have the prerequisite background to really understand this stuff, but here's what things look like to me. And the layman's conclusion that I came to is, if you start on HRT when puberty starts, you're probably fine to compete with cis women. Otherwise, you're probably not fine to compete with cis women. If we're talking at like the extremely high end of competitive sports, like Olympic level sports, But I mean,
we have no data to suggest that one way or the other. That's literally speculative. So possible. It sounds good.
Maybe.
But just
it sounds good. Yes.
No idea if that's true. Yeah.
Right. However, because you're more educated on this stuff than me, I wanted to talk about the fascism video. Maybe we'll come back to the fascism video after this, but I want to throw something at you that I don't understand, but I think you'll understand. Okay? because you have a big brain for psych, it sounds like.
I try to.
Yeah. So I know a trans person from Scotland named Chloe who's involved in the do-it-yourself HRT scene. It's not Bob posting, different Chloe. Somebody who's completely unknown to your side of the internet. And I went to them and asked them, hey, how do puberty blockers work? Because she was under the opinion that puberty blockers without HRT accompanying them is bad. And I was like, well, tell me about it, Chloe. What's your opinion? And she drew me this diagram and tried to explain it to me, but I kind of get it, but I think I need somebody who's smarter than me on this stuff.
Okay.
So can I show you the diagrams?
Sure. You want me to pull it up in chat?
Sure. Well.
Or are you going to share your screen?
You know what? I'll just post the links to you. Let's see if this works. So here's a diagram. Can your chat see that, or can you see that?
I'm going to pull it up like in 2 seconds.
So she MS painted this. All right.
Okay, beautiful.
She did this in MS Paint for me.
She spelled pituitary wrong, but that's okay.
Yes. She's Scottish. I don't blame her. But she.
Hey, you're gonna have good ideas and spell incorrectly. Okay, let's just be super clear about that.
I think she also spelled receptor wrong. Isn't it a C, not an S? I don't know.
It is a C.
But yeah. So she said that this was basically the hormonal cycle of what hormones trigger what glands in a normal cis person.
Okay.
Does this look right?
I am actually not very well versed in endocrinology, specifically like hormonal endocrinology.
Oh no.
So I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. And it is gonadotropin, is my understanding. Primary sex hormone receptor. Yeah, I cannot confirm nor deny. Somebody more trained. You know who would be good to answer this? It's probably somebody like Corey Campbell. He'd be probably more likely to answer this than me.
I have no idea who that is. I don't know.
He's a biologist who streams.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, anyway, maybe we can just kind of look at it then, I guess. But the way she described it to me is you have your pituitary gland, which produces gonadotropin. The gonadotropin tells the sex organ.
There's a
gonadotropin? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, it tells the sex organ to make your primary sex hormone.
Mm-hmm.
And then the presence of the primary sex hormone tells the hypothalamus to tell the pituitary gland to stop making the gonadotropin. And so there's two chemicals at play here where one turns the other one off, basically. And this is how she described it to me. And then
for all gonadotropins?
I'm not sure. I don't know. She said this was a layman's understanding for a layman like me. But then she sent me this second diagram here, and this was what blockers do. And so the blocker takes the place of the gonadotropin, which means that now your body isn't making any, like, the pituitary gland thinks that there's gonadotropin around, so it's not making any more, but then your sex organ doesn't see any gonadotropin, so it doesn't make any primary sex hormone.
Okay.
Because
that makes sense.
The GnRH analog.
Yeah, it looks like I'm finding a similar type of, like, it's a simplified.
Okay, yeah. You just posted to me something that looks very similar.
Yeah.
Just not made in MS Paint. So she said that this is what happens when you go on blockers, and the fact that you have no primary sex hormone when you're only on blockers, that causes what all the problems that we hear about people going on blockers, like bone density problems and stuff.
Yeah.
That causes those problems.
Right.
So her solution, she sent me this third diagram, and here's the third diagram. And so her solution is that you need to have some kind of sex hormone in your system if you're going to go on blockers. You can't just go on blockers because it's the presence of a sex hormone, whether it's the one associated with your birth sex or the other one, that basically allows, that prevents the problems from happening, basically.
Okay.
And I was like, well, I don't understand any of this.
But you would probably need both of them available, right? Because men and women both have estrogen and
yes.
testosterone and stuff like that, because they're all needed for different developmental things.
Yeah. But if you're not producing any from your sex from your sex organ because of the blockers, then that seems like that would probably be a problem. And so this was her logic. And I mean, she's more educated on this than me, but I also don't completely understand it. So,
and unfortunately, I can't comment. I mean, honestly, like this is the reality of where the literature's at. We don't understand endocrinology super well. Like obviously, I'm a layman on it, but my understanding when I talk to people who study in the field of endocrinology is that it's like it's a budding field. It's just like most medical shit. There's a lot we know. There's even more that we don't know, right? And I'm open to any solution that works empirically because I want trans athletes to compete. I want trans people to transition. I want them to have provided medical care. That is not a problem for me at all. So I'm open to all this. I would just say, just test it. Make sure it does work. Make sure it is tanning out because I don't know enough about endocrinology to comment on this one way or the other than saying, it sounds cool, makes sense. I don't know enough to criticize it if it didn't make sense.
That's pretty much where I am too.
But you should definitely test it. I mean, like if this would offset a number of the problems with like puberty blockers in like youth and stuff, and like offset some of the like negative effects like bodily that they have, based. I mean, that would be good. Let's not have people being harmed by their medical transition as much as possible. That would be something I'm obviously for. So,
well, she does some DIY HRT out of Scotland, and it's the main reason that she won't give anyone blockers without HRT. She's like, no, you have to take them both, and that's kind of her policy for the stuff that she does.
Oh, this Chloe, the one who used to run the DIY directory.
No, different Chloe. I said that at the start. It's not Bob.
Oh, sorry.
Different Chloe.
Okay.
Yeah. No, completely different Chloe. I'm not going down a Keffel's rabbit hole right now. No. There's and also like I've actually made the joke with her a few times. It's like, your DIY HRT involved, and your name's Chloe, and she's like, yeah, I know. I did. So, but it's a different person. She does a different organization. But she won't give anybody just blockers because she believes that it's actually quite harmful to people to go on just blockers.
Right.
And I just wanted to show you what she had shown me because I don't fully understand it. But oh well. It was interesting to think about anyway.
That is interesting to think about. I unfortunately have no intelligent commentary to make on it, so.
Oh well. So to roll back, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Rewind a little bit. You said you had watched my 3 forms of fascism video, and yes, it did actually get me in trouble with some people who are, let's say, on the dissident right. They don't call themselves alt-right anymore; they call themselves dissident right. Because they thought that I was singling them out with my 3rd form. The problem with that is that I wasn't really giving my own opinion; I was summarizing the books that I had read.
Right.
But what do you think of the video?
I thought it was good. It was interesting. I think you outlined some interesting positions. I watched it quite a while ago. Now I feel like I should have prepped it and watched it so that I could have given you more specific feedback because it's been a while and I didn't take notes on it. And if I don't take notes on something, I don't remember it very well.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it was really interesting. I thought you like handled it really carefully. Oh, I feel bad because this is your like magnum opus. So this is important.
It is. It's one of yeah. This was a big one. So basically, do I have an active Twitter? I'm currently banned off Twitter. I can't be there. But if you want, you can follow an account called Morbius Devo. It's not a bad account. But okay, so wonder how detailed. Okay, so I had a podcast co-host for a few years. We were pretty good friends. However, the TLDR is that basically he had stabbed me in the back, and that was kind of the end of that friendship and the end of that podcast. And it was fundamentally over political differences because he had radicalized over the course of lockdowns.
Mm-hmm.
He was treated very badly by his government because he had a job that brought him a lot of money and had him traveling a lot, and suddenly he was locked in his house by the UK government for like over a year. He didn't take it very well.
Mm-hmm.
So he radicalized, and he had a bunch of very esoteric dissident right literature in his house. He had 2 trans women who were very far right themselves and more than happy to educate him, and he had a giant pile of cocaine.
Okay.
So he was stuck in this house for a year, and he completely morphed into a person that I just didn't want to associate with anymore. Not even because of the politics. I can be friends with almost anyone regardless of politics, but in terms of his personality, his behaviors, the way he would treat people. I was like, I don't think I want to be. And then of course he had backstabbed me and he had backstabbed Sargon and like our entire friend group. So he was just kicked out of our like we have like a Discord where we hang out. We removed him from that because we couldn't trust him anymore. No one wanted to talk to him anymore. It was like, okay, we're kind of burning this bridge here. But afterward, I kind of thought, I was like, I don't understand what happened to him enough. So I started reading the books on his reading list. And there were some fascist writers in there, and there were some socialist writers in there. There were some libertarians and anarcho-capitalists. Basically, his reading list was like a hodgepodge of everyone who is not the current establishment. I was like, well, I want to understand this. So I spent like a year reading stuff. And then I compiled all of that down into a 20-minute video and put out the 3 forms of fascism. And the TLDR of it is that the first form is Mussolini's classical fascism, where he
yes. Okay,
yes.
I'm remembering this now.
Remembering. So from that that comes out of the socialism of Georges Sorel, who was a French socialist.
Yeah.
And basically in like the 1890s maybe, there was a big debate among various socialists and communists. And the debate was, why was Marx wrong about the impending socialist revolution? So if you read Marx's political theory, there's a lot in there about there's a predictive, almost prophetic element to his theory. Yes. He says, listen, the movement from feudalism to capitalism was natural and inevitable as the forces of history converge, and it was going to happen no matter what. And so he said the same thing will happen with the socialist revolution. Eventually, the capitalist mode of production will be brought to its maximum capacity. Inequality will ramp up to its breaking point, and there will just naturally be a revolution. We will have the dictatorship of the proletariat, and then as the society educates itself to be more socialist oriented, the state will fall away on its own, and then you will have your stateless, moneyless, classless society. This is a natural, to Marx, this was a natural occurrence. It was just going to happen without any sort of outside intervention. And Marx predicted that there was going to be a huge war that was coming up in Europe that would kickstart the whole thing. That was World War I, and it didn't happen. And so from the 1890s, there's actually a previous war. I think was it the Boer War? They also said it might be it. I don't remember exactly, but basically, there's a period of about 30 years in there where socialists were writing, "Hey, why was Marx wrong about this predictive element of his theory? Where did Marx go wrong?" And there was 2 schools that came out of that. And the first one was Antonio Gramsci in Italy, and he was a member of the Communist Party of Italy. He was eventually purged by Mussolini, and he died in prison. But he wrote the prison notebooks. And the prison notebooks are just a collection of writings that were smuggled out of the prison that he was in. And he wrote about how the reason Marx was wrong was that the values that we all share, the moral values, the religious values, these were actually tools of the bourgeois to make the proletariat become invested in bourgeois culture. So, for example, the reason that you shouldn't steal is not because stealing is immoral, but because the priest class of your society is indoctrinating you to not steal from the bourgeois class. And so all of morality is simply a tool used by elites to prevent the socialist revolution. And Gramsci's prescription to solve this problem was to infiltrate cultural institutions, to infiltrate religious institutions, to infiltrate academic institutions. And once you've taken up positions of power in these institutions, you start to make them more political. You say, oh, well, you hear on the progressive side a lot, everything's political. So what we'll do is there's the liberal idea of a neutral space where we can objectively examine things doesn't exist. The liberals are wrong. Everything's political. Everything has some sort of a political bent. So we have a moral obligation to make sure that it's our political bent and not anyone else's that is privileged in any institution. And the people who the the Gramsci people ended up becoming like the Frankfurt School people, and that's where you get like a lot of critical theory stuff that you see, the critical race theory and stuff that the right is kind of correct about, but they don't know why they're correct about it because they haven't read Gramsci. That was one school of thought. And so you have Gramsci, which then splits off into modern progressivism. The second school of thought was George Sorel. George Sorel believed that the reason that Marx was wrong was that democracy itself castrated the revolution. Because if you're engaging in a parliamentary democratic system, you are making concessions, you're making deals with these other non-socialist groups that do not want a socialist revolution, and basically they will co-opt you and they will turn you into just an element of the bourgeois that has no revolutionary potential. So for Sorel, the idea was reject democracy, reject compromise, and be violent. Violence for violence's sake. Because if you wait for a moral reason to be violent, like a revolutionary reason, you're just going to be co-opted. You must value violence a priori. This is okay so far?
Yeah, I'm understanding.
Yeah. Okay, so from George Sorel, that's where you get Mussolini, because Mussolini spent most of his life as a Sorelian socialist, and then he developed fascism, basically the classical fascism, basically as the Sorelian socialism kind of come to its full potential. And he had his, working in a Hegelian sense, he had this idea that the state was supposed to be this ultimate arbiter of all that is good and moral in society, and so everything should be brought into the state. And then he had the corporate economy. The corporate economy was like a series of councils that controlled from the top down all of society's production for the good of the state. And classical fascism, as a political theory, is pretty close to socialism, and a lot of people on the left don't like to hear that, even though it is the truth.
What in that it's like, in what ways specifically?
Basically that, at least from their point of view, it was because if you're going to be a socialist who rejects democracy in the way that George Sorel prescribed, the fascist state was kind of the natural end result of that. And that's how they viewed themselves as the inheritor of the socialist project.
So the Mussolini fascists basically like utilized and weaponized the socialist eradication of democracy because they realized that in that eradication, the process by which it's done necessarily leads to a fascist state.
It's something like that, yeah. It's also that another difference was that when Marx was talking about revolting against the bourgeois was like a nationalist-oriented force. You had like landowners and you had people in the government and stuff.
Right.
But by the time the 1890s came around, in the 1910s, capitalism had become more globalized. And if you were fighting the bourgeois at that point, you were fighting almost like a landless internationalist movement that viewed nations as an impediment to their goals, because they, neolibs want free trade. They want to they view the borders between nations as things that are hurting their business interests. So it turns out that the Mussolini fascists, they looked at socialism and said, well, if we're going to implement any sort of workers' revolution against the capitalist system, it has to be a nationalist revolution. It has to be a revolution from the right, because the interconnectedness that kind of comes along with the left's broader ideology has led to the problem of globalist capitalism. And then after that you have neo-fascists, which is Hitler, and Hitler kind of took that and really, he racialized it, because he noticed, at least in Germany, that there was a slightly disproportionate amount of Jews working in banking and stuff.
Right.
And there's reasons for that aren't conspiracy. I'm not a conspiracy theorist here. Like the reason for that is because in the days of the Holy Roman Empire, there was a religious persecution of people who handled money. The Christians couldn't do it, but the Jews could, because they had different religions. And so basically you had a lot of Christian lords saying, hey, I can't actually do anything with banking, but can you do it for me? And the Jews said, of course, we'll just take a cut. And then they became like banking families, right? And the same thing happened in the Ottoman Empire. So there's a completely reasonable reason as to why this is happening, that it isn't the Jews secretly control everything. All right. But basically, what ends up happening is Hitler took this conception of capitalism as being a globalist problem and said, hey, the Jews don't have a nation. Like, the Germans have a nation. The Italians have a nation. The Jews don't have land. They are a class of people that floats throughout Europe without a homeland. And does that not make them at least kind of representative of the global capitalism that is currently controlling the German working class? So he racialized this idea, and he kind of pushed it to its extreme. And those were those two movements. Hold on. Someone in the chat says the dude's writing a fan fiction. No. I'm quoting political theory here. I don't agree with any of this. I want to make it clear. Like, I don't agree with any of this.
So this is...
It sounds insane.
We're still at...
sounds insane.
So we've transferred from Sorel, who basically argued that in the process of a socialist movement overtaking and destroying democracy, it would inevitably become fascism because violence is presumed, essentially, for the takeover. I'm still not really seeing Sorel's link of socialism. The violence is necessary, and because violence is necessary, he essentially equates violence with a fascistic state, and that's why a socialist overthrow will lead to a fascistic state. I'm just trying to understand Sorel, because that gap isn't quite making sense. I would understand a socialist overtake would lead to a socialist state, authoritarian state.
So the violence is part of it. The other part of it was that the fascists basically believed that to revolt against a capitalist system, it has to be a nationalist revolt against an international capitalism. So it had to be like a nation coming together as a people and uniting and throwing off.
Because it's okay, so the nationalistic nature of the overthrowing.
Yes. So part of the reason that the Italians believe this is because they had just fought a war of reunification.
Right.
They had been a bunch of city-states that were decentralized, and the Austrian Empire owned some of their land. And they said, no, we want a united Italy. And so they had like 3 wars over trying to unite Italy.
Is there any socialist revolt that we see that follows what Sorel predicted? Like, because I think where political theorists get their like meat tested is if their political theories seem predictive of like multiple instances of this occurring in later history.
Right. I would say the Soviets. And I think that's why after the Second World War, after the First World War, Sorel ended up throwing his lot in with the Soviet Union. He was an old man at that point.
Was that a democratic? I didn't believe Russia was democratic before. I thought it was a form of like monarchy or something. I thought it was much more of like I didn't believe it to be a democratic state.
They tried to do like a Western European style parliamentary democracy that pretty much instantly fell apart. But yeah, like there was the Tsar.
The Tsarist. Thank you, Parallax.
Yeah, so
it was a monarchy. So it's this is where Sorel's thing breaks down. Is he said that a democratic revolution overtake that's socialist in nature would lead to fascism, but then the only evidence. How come you're stating the evidence as? And I know this isn't your position. I'm just trying to. I'm now grilling you as the one with more information. Why would the evidence of Sorel's predictive power of his theory be Soviet Union, where it was a monarchy state? And was it even a socialist movement specifically? Because are you saying Soviet Union is fascistic, not communist? Was. And they're not at all. So what's communist? Is anyone communist?
Well, per Marx, this is why they always say it wasn't real socialism, right? Because per Marx, it wasn't. Marx said that communism was a stateless, moneyless, classless society, and the Soviet Union wasn't any of those. So. But basically, the Soviets had a lot in common with the fascists when you actually look at their political institutions and a lot of their rhetoric, a lot of their propaganda, the way that they kind of organized things in their society. They were a lot more fascistic than anyone likes to. And people on the left, like on the online left, like the modern day left, they will say, like, they call them red fascists because they were like fascists with leftist
And you agree with this assertion? Like, would you agree that? Because I feel like.
I think there's something to it. Yeah,
no one except coping communists say that it was fascistic, unless basically we're saying that like communism and fascism are kind of like, this is the issue, is fascism is an undefined construct in everything that I can like look into. Like nobody agrees what is fascism. This is why when you say, is the GOP becoming fascistic, there's arguments to make for and against it depending on whose definition of fascism you're using and what tenets of fascism you're using as well, right? Like with like masculinity and like stuff like this. And so like I could see elements of it within the Soviet Union. However, I feel like everyone predominantly would agree, because these like when we talk about communism, right, the class is going to be like, okay, well, what kind of communist are you? Are you Marxist? Are you Leninist? Are you Maoist? Or are you Stalinist? Right? Like these things are all lumped together. And so I feel like if we say that they're fascistic and not communistic, then essentially are you saying like the communists are right? There's never been a true communist state, which maybe is true. Maybe the reality is that communist state just cannot get up and kicking, but that seems to fly in the face of like communism seems much more defined than fascism. So I can understand why you would label that, but I wouldn't be comfortable saying that it wasn't communist as well, because it has so many obvious structures of communism, like government overtaking private businesses and redistributing land and wealth and like resources as they see fit, and redistributing people as they see fit. There's like minimal privatization and dominantly like huge bureaucratic government bloat dictating everything and fucking everything over.
To be fair, that is what the classical fascists did too. They did all those things as well. So,
but I thought one of the
there's a lot.
Well, I thought there was private businesses that were allowed. It's just like Hitler, for example, would go to a private business and be like, okay, you can stay private, you can still run it, but you have to make this thing. Like that was my understanding of how he ran. So there's versus like Stalin.
With the classical fascists, with Mussolini, it was much more like the Soviet Union. It was much more state direct control of things. And also in Japan, there's a lot of nationalization in Japan. With Hitler was unique because he had no problem taking control of businesses, but he would always ultimately give them to party elites to control. So they were owned privately, but they did ultimately still work for the government. It's just that if you had a position in the Nazi Party, you were allowed to enrich yourself off of these businesses.
Can I take?
It still wasn't any sort of free market by any stretch of the imagination, though.
Yeah. Sorry. Can I be the worst? Can I take a 2-minute? I just need to use the washroom super quickly.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Sorry about going on my own rant, by the way. I'm not even done it, but yeah. Hello, chat. How's it going? You know what? I probably should have also rewatched my video. You know, if I was going to be talking about the in-depth ideas of my video, I probably should have also rewatched it. Oops. Here, you know what? Maybe if you guys want to see it. I cite all the books that I use in the video. Here. I'll post it in the YouTube chat if you guys like. Here it is. Hopefully that is allowed. Oh, it didn't appear! Oh, that sucks. I can't post a link in the YouTube chat. Here. If I do like... It's called 3 Forms of Fascism by Short Fat Otaku. There are no depths to your ideas? Dude, watch the video, read the books, man. Here. Dev being unprepared? Okay, here. So, I'll post this in YouTube and in Twitch, okay? And I would highly recommend you guys check out the reading list in there, if you don't mind. Here, I'll post it in Twitch too. Here it is in Twitch. This is my Twitch account. Hello. And the books that I cited were George Sorel's Reflections on Violence, The Mass Psychology of Fascism, The Open Society and Its Enemies, The Origins of Totalitarianism. There was another big one. I can't recall. Shit. I did read Mein Kampf for the video. There's one more that I can't remember what it was called. Oh, Neither Right Nor Left by Zeev Sternhell. That's a very boring book, but it's packed full of information. So chat, that's all the books that I used, and please consider checking the video out because I also haven't rewatched it. So oops. Are you back? Oh,
I
welcome
am back.
What's up?
Apparently there's like a big thing getting dropped right now with Lav saying that Destiny sleeps with all the females that he streams with and grooms them.
What?
And somebody said that my name might have been dropped. Which if that's the case, there's a big problem because that's not true at all. We're fully platonic. So I don't really want somebody. I have a husband, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go.
Well, I just want to make somebody's like lying about my friend being a groomer and then using my name.
Yeah,
that's going to be a problem. So I'm just having somebody check.
Okay.
If that's true. Because okay. I'm just getting somebody to check through the clip and see if my name is actually being dropped or not.
I see. Does that mean that we'll have to talk another time and you have to go to war against this person?
We'll see.
Okay, well, I'll see if I can finish up. So yeah, by the way, sorry about my own scatterbrainness because I also haven't watched the video in like a month. But basically, the two prongs of Mussolini's fascism was one, violence for violence sake, and two was capitalism is an internationalist movement, and so the revolution has to be a nationalist revolution. And he based that on this idea that Italy fought very hard to unify during its 3 wars of unification. The final war of unification was what we call World War I. And after Italy sacrificed half 500,000 men and went into economic debt, the other World War I victors, most notably the Americans, basically denied Italy's promise, because they were promised by France and Britain certain components of the Austrian Empire that had ethnically Italian people living there. And the Americans said, no, you don't get that actually. And so the socialists, the Italian socialists at the time, they were writing political theory about what they called the proletarian nation. And the proletarian nation was this idea that if we have a proletariat class of people that are being exploited by the bourgeois, we also have proletarian nations that are exploited by bourgeois nations. So you have nations that are highly developed, highly financial. They purchase the products of other nations. They come into other nations with their foreign money, and they make these nations dependent on them in their commerce. And then the proletarian nations have no choice to basically go along with whatever is being given to them. And this is how the Italian socialists viewed what they called the mutilated victory, which was when Italy lost a lot and gained nothing in World War I. And it was kind of this view that shaped Mussolini's view of, if we're going to be revolting against capitalism, it's got to be a nationalist revolt. And that's where you get classical fascism. And then Hitler didn't care so much about the whole anti-capitalist thing, though he did try to frame the anti-capitalist stuff as being anti-Jewish stuff. And then after those two, you have the modern day fascists. And the modern day fascists they're the libertarian fascists, which sounds like insane if you actually think of it. But basically their idea is fascist ideology without a fascist state. And that's where you have like a lot of like modern day like dissident right people. They call them Christo-fascists sometimes, Islamo-fascists, those people that we see floating around the right wing right now. That's those people. It's fascist ideology without a fascist state.
So do you think then that like in pockets of the alt-right there is a like growing and moving fascistic state basically?
It is specifically post-fascist because they don't care about any of Sorel's work. They don't care about Sorel's conception of socialism or about Mussolini's conception of the corporative economy. They don't care about any of that stuff. For them, it is fascist tactics, and it's like what's the word? It's like it's something like violence as its own virtue pushed to the extreme, because all forms of libertarianism, libertarian capitalism, libertarian socialism, and libertarian fascism, they all view politics as violence itself. So if you go to a ballot box and you cast a vote, to them, that is the same thing as punching someone in the street. Because if you're casting a vote for, say, a law, and that law is now being enforced on somebody who didn't vote for the law, and then they break the law, the police have to come in, make them follow the law, punish them if they don't. To the entire libertarian wing of politics, socialist, fascist, capitalist, they all view politics as inherently violent. They view voting as violent. They view just because it's all society imposing itself on you. So I think.
Do they think their bosses are violent? Do they think any form? Do you think parents are violent towards their children, even if they're not physically abusing them? They're just like dictating them. If everything's violence, then nothing is violence. Like that's like I hate the violence argument of being like, if somebody imposes their will on you, it's violence. No, it's posing their will on you, right? We have words for these things. If somebody coerces you, it's called coercion. We already have a word for that thing. We don't need to call it violence. We have the word coercion.
You see, what was his name? Was it Proudhon? Proudhon wrote something like property is theft. The idea of property as theft is that if you've taken property from the common unclaimed property, you have now exclusivized it. So you build your little house, and now nobody else can access that house. It's no longer common anymore. So property as a concept is always stealing from everyone else. It's a ridiculous concept, but that's kind of how a lot of these people think.
And this is a very common libertarian thing specifically.
Proudhon was like an anarchist leftist.
Okay.
But this does kind of filter out through because, for example, I've listened to Vosh say this. Vosh has said at least a few times that employment in a capitalist system is always exploitative, even if you consent, because of the power dynamics involved in the fact that you need money and your boss has money, your boss controls the workplace. It's always some form of violence. I've seen anarcho-capitalists. Anarcho-capitalists will say that taxation. The taxation is theft thing, right? Where it's like, well, you never consent to that. The government always comes in and takes your taxes. So every flavor of libertarianism has a redefinition of violence and coercion that I'm personally not comfortable with. And when it comes to libertarian fascists, for them, it is the voting process. For them, the voting process is the same thing as punching someone in the face.
Yeah. Anarchists are crazy to me in a lot of ways. Like,
yes.
This is why. So, like, politics and political theory. This is part of why I've actually like pulled back a little bit from politics. Is multifolded. Number one, there's not a lot of interest in politics right now, which is unfortunate. Number two, I try to do my best to be like decently like. I realize that I'm a person who speaks with a lot of authority in my voice. Like I make statements, right? And I often don't caveat maybe as much as I should or always need to. And I realize that political theory and political science is a field that I'm not an expert in, and is highly complex. And I'm always extremely reticent to add into a world that's already like add into a court of like conversation more muddying and more garbage, right? Because if I'm like sharing information that's incorrect, that's bad, even if I'm not intending to.
Well, firstly, sorry for bringing it back up then. Sorry for dragging you back in to the vortex.
No, you're good. It's interesting. I find it really, especially political theory. I really love political theory. One thing I like think about a lot when I think about politics that I think is really important to me is that when people sell worldviews, specifically like political ideologies that are selling a lie to everyone and will make the world a worse place for not only the people who don't hold that value and are like maybe antagonistic to it, but it'll actually make the world worse for even those holding the value. I think that those ideas need to be like bludgeoned brutally out of the court of common like thing, not by deplatforming them, by the way, by like proving why they're fucking stupid and that we shouldn't listen to them, right? And I feel like this hasn't been done. I feel like it has been done pretty well with anarchists. The problem is that there's been this growing anti-institutional movement for a lot of good reasons, actually, because the institutions are failing. And the institutions are failing for a ton of reasons, right? Most of which I probably don't understand. One of them is that young people tend not to vote. There is unfettered corruption within like money and lobbying and who can like basically like buy the ear of politicians, right? There is the nepotism that occurs within government bureaucracies of like hiring their family members and their friends first and foremost. There is like all of these layers of things that seem to be like breaking our institutions, even in academia, right? Academia is, I mean, I love science and I love academics, but there's really big problems with it. For example, like there is kind of an ivory tower issue within academia where they really don't touch grass a lot. They don't really understand like normal people. Right? When I tell academics, for example, that even in Canada, the bulk of the population still doesn't have a bachelor's degree, they say that can't be true. Everyone I know and my extended family all has bachelor's degrees. And I'm just like,
yeah,
but
I know what you mean.
Yeah, but that's just because you've never gone to a gas plant where you drive up. It's a parking lot as wide as the fucking sea. It's just a cement sea with 80,000 white trucks and just blue men and blue overalls are getting out and walking into this power plant. That is a very common experience of North America that like academia has no conception of, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And like safe space culture has ruined academia as well, right? Like it is ruining. It is bad for academics. It is anti-scientific in many ways, and it's a really big problem, right? And so like these anti-institutionalists have validity, and so I worry though that the anti-institutionalist is going to lead into the anarchist, and I think like the anarchist worldview, I don't know how if the like more anarchist worldviews don't pop off that we don't fall into like civil war, because
I completely agree. Yeah.
The problem is that anarchy is a lie. Right, anarchy is a lie. Yes. It's a lie. And it is worse for everyone. Every single person will be worse off for anarchy. This is self-evident. But the problem is that I feel like, again, I think it's important to criticize your own in-group. My own in-group, the liberals and the moderates, are trying to be like, yeah, but these institutions do work. And it's like, they do, but there's massive problems. There are major areas where they're not working very well. And it's like the problem is that we have a really big, old, slow-moving ship, and we haven't been maintaining it very well. And there's rats in the attic. And we need to look at this, right? They're chewing out the bottom. And the moderate progressives are hesitant to engage in this because they're afraid that if they give any credence to anti-institutionalist rhetoric, that they're going to become conspiratorial. You see it the moment I say this, I know there's going to be some schizo poster in my chat being like, yeah, and the Jews are actually lizards, and it's all bots, and the vaccine is controlling you. And you're just like, stop, like, fuck. There are criticisms to be levied, but your conclusions are wrong. Like, chill out.
So you have basically described like my life story, like to a T, exactly. So I was here. You know what? I will toot my own horn a little bit. Okay, I'll fluff myself just slightly. I was maybe considered one of those gifted children that didn't really take off in adulthood. That's a pretty common story. I was offered the choice to skip 3 grades throughout grade school. I always said no because I like my friends. I liked my friends. I don't talk to them anymore. I probably should have taken it. But you know, I was the kid who got 90% or higher on everything and never did any studying and never did any homework and just floated through school, no problem. Yeah. And I had a giant, big, fat ego about it, you know? And then I got to university and didn't know how to actually study and didn't know how to live on my own, and I failed out. It's a pretty common story, I think, right? So that's why I took 4 years to do a 7-year degree.
And you get disillusioned too, right? Like, I understand why people like, I don't really want to go to university. Like, what a waste of my fucking time. Because like, this is why I say not all degrees are the same, right? The reality is that like, I'm working in a master's lab, and people are going to think I'm cocky for this, but the reality is like, my undergrad was, I don't know how the fuck I looked into my undergrad. Holy shit. Like, most people in my undergrad, it's kind of known now that people who go to my undergrad program and do an honors program in psychology usually are about 1.5 years ahead of anyone else when they enter a clinical psych PhD master's program, which is like the highest tier of education you can get in psychology. And it's insane how much I can like echo that, even though I've been out of my undergrad for a couple of years. Like, it's insane. It's insanely true. Like, not all degrees are the same. This is why, like, when somebody's like, yeah, but I have a bachelor's in biology, I'm an authority on it. I'm like, well, did you get C's? Because then I don't know. Also, most people who go to university realize that they don't need their bio degree. They need to get enough of a grade so that they can get the piece of paper so that they can work in whatever other field they actually want to work in and make money in, right? And so it's like most people do pump and dump. They study and cram like 2 nights before their exams, and then they dump it all onto a piece of paper, and then they walk away and they're like, all right, beer and forget time. And it's like, you're not learning this material in the way that somebody who, for example, studies 1 hour every single day and really tries to like consume and absorb it, which is fine, by the way. Like if you just need the piece of paper, I don't expect you to study in any different way. Like that makes the most sense, to be honest. You maximize your enjoyment of the university experience and you still get the degree at the end of the day. Like that makes sense to me, right? But like so many people cope and try to pretend like these things are all the same when it's like, the reality is like, I did the nerd shit. I did an hour every single day. I never pulled a single all-nighter. I never started studying a night before a test, ever. I was always studying 3 to 4 weeks beforehand. I was studying at all times. September, like first, second day of class, I was already building myself self-tests and testing myself on the concepts that I learned. I was reading ahead. Like I was a fucking nerd, which is loser shit, by the way. Most people don't need to do this. I just actually want to be a scientist in this field. Like this is what I want to do. I wouldn't recommend most people who do a psych degree to do what I want to do if you just like want to like go into HR or shit like that. You don't need to do what I'm doing. But these things are not the same. But the problem is that people keep trying to act like they are the same. And then the anti-institutionalists are like, they're fucking obviously not the same thing, right? There's obviously garbage degrees. There's obviously stupid moron PhDs who don't know anything. Yeah.
I have one of the garbage degrees. Well, see, that also sounds like me too, because so I was like a young communist, being 19, 20 years old, thinking I knew how the whole world worked. Got drummed at a well, here's the thing. It was partially I didn't know how to study, didn't know how to work, didn't know how to live without my parents. But also, I mean, I started to actually get attention from women more than I had in high school, and that also changed how I was viewing school. So I dropped out after a couple of years, went to go work blue collar. First time I'd ever done that. I'd always floated by just on my natural talents, and it finally failed. So I worked a blue collar night shift job for a while. Actually, no. Hold on. Sorry. I worked for municipalities. So public sector, plowing snow, picking up garbage, cutting grass. Whenever you see someone in a park doing a work like with a vest and a helmet on, and you kind of ignore his existence, that was me. I did that for 2 years. And the one thing that made me not a socialist anymore was working with the working class. Like, my God, that changed my entire outlook on life, was doing that job. And then I was like, okay, you know what? I think I should go back to school. So there were some other like personal problems in there that don't really matter too much for this story. I went back to school though, and I found out when I went back to school, I was like, oh, I know how to like work now, and getting the degree was actually really easy. Yeah. And in fact, I worked night. That's when I worked night shift and did the degree during the day, and that kind of sucked. But I mean, I came out of it with no debt. Yeah. So,
man,
I was like,
taking time off between like. The number one thing I could recommend any high school student is, unless you know for fucking sure, take a year. Just take a year, because you don't.
Absolutely, yes.
Like, ideally, you shouldn't have to treat university like you do public education. Public education, you just gotta fucking get through it. I remember getting into like one of my mathematics 100 class in university and looking at shit and being like, I don't feel like I've ever learned this. I remember getting into my English classes and being like, I don't know what grammar is. Like, I've never heard of these things, right? Like, I feel like I really did most of my like learning in university, which like, proves of the failing of our public education system. But also like your approach to it is different. Like, the reality is you do want to pump and dump. You're like, I fucking hate this shit. I don't want to do it. I just want to like get through this forced schooling. And it's like, God, don't do that with university if you can avoid it. Like, this is why I'm like really big on technical schools. Like, I would always say before somebody should go to university, you should go to a technical school. Like, unless you know precisely what you want to do and it requires a university pathway, do technical, get a trade. Even if you're not sure what you want to do, getting some sort of certificate so that you have a fallback plan B like trade that you can always do is such a based move. Like, if you're really uncertain, just like do a year getting like a trade in hairdressing, cosmetology, like those are trades. There's lots of like youth work certificates that you can get. So you can do like respite care and government kind of contracted stuff that pays really well. It's got good contracting, but it's like 6 months to like a year max of training. I'm just like really big about pushing trades more. And I think this is where I think Europe is really out competing North America in our education academic system specifically, is they've like shortened all of their bachelors to like 3 years on average. And they really try to streamline it of recognizing like, we're trying to prepare you for a occupation, right? So like if you're taking a degree, you're moving in the direction of working within that field, and we're going to tailor our bachelor's in that direction, like for the most part, which is just like, it makes way more sense, right? Like that's why like my friends in like EU will be like, I already got a PhD at like 8 years old, and I'm like, fuck you. Like, you know.
So for me, like I went to university because I was expected to, based on my immense success in high school and in grade school, and it was one of the worst decisions in my life. I fucking ruined myself. To be fair, like I came out of it pretty well in the end. Like I was working on a master's, and then I realized I don't really want to do. I thought I wanted to be a professor. I was like, I don't want to be a professor. And then the channel took off. So I was like, oh, I guess I want to do this, and I do want to do this. So it all worked out in the end. But like I have a friend who was also pretty intelligent, but he's like, you know what? I want to be a plumber, and he got like a plumber's apprenticeship with somebody else who was a plumber in the city, and he's doing fine for himself,
Mm-hmm.
I think even though university is very important, the expectation that everyone should go to it probably isn't that good for us.
It's not good because it's not what university was even designed for. Like, university should be for fucking loser fucks like me who want to like study and do research and wrestle with ideas and inquire. And the reality is like, the problem is that our society's convinced us that everyone needs to do this and that you're a bad person if you're not doing it. It's like, that's not fucking true. Like, most people have kids, they've work, they've got family. They don't have fucking time to be like, I wonder what it means to be a human. And it's fine. Like, if you're interested in that, that's based, but I don't think everyone's actually required to do that at all time. And it's like, this is actually like, I just sent in my grad like statement of intent. And I like opened my statement of intent by basically being like, university used to be a place of like inquiry and scholarlyship. And unfortunately, at least at an undergraduate level, like it no longer is that, which is why in part I want to go to graduate school. Because in many more ways, graduate school is, especially in thesis-based programs, that space where the whole goal of you being there isn't to rush through and get the degree. The goal is to like be mentored by greater minds than yourself, to stand on the shoulders of giants and like look into space and wonder why, right? Like that's the point of university. That's what makes it fucking cool. But now like university is just like this cringy shit. And it's not like it's not all bad. Like the institution itself still works to some extent, but it's like, if we can't be honest about the failings of it, then how the fuck are we ever going to correct it? And if we lie about the failings of it, all you do, we've already proven this, is you radicalize the extreme who like don't understand. They're like, well, if they're not going to be willing to talk about it and they keep lying that the institution's broken, it must mean that there's some deep sinister plot and, like the higher ups, the great bourgeois are in on it and they're trying to control us and they're lying because they don't want us to know, but I see it, I see the truth and I see through all the murk and the misery and right, and then build into this like paranoid
you do a great
thing.
Alex Jones voice.
Is that what I'm doing?
You kind of slip into it sometimes, yeah.
Based.
You know what you should do? You should get like a tinfoil hat off to the side and just put it on whenever you do one of those.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that definitely. Hold on, I'm gonna be tactful. Have you revealed your age?
Yeah, I'm 28.
Okay. Was it? You're a bit younger than me. Was it the case when you were in high school and you were talking to guidance counselors about what to do after you graduate, that were they still really pushing hard for people to become high school teachers?
Not in my, I don't remember. I'm a bitch. I've been a disagreeable child since the moment I was fucking born, okay? I've always been like, meh, I do it my own way. Don't fucking talk to me. Don't tell me what to do. I know, right? Like that's my propensity.
You're a good libertarian.
Yeah, I've worked really hard on it because it's fucking annoying and it's not very, it's bad epistemic humility and I've really come to value that. But, when I was 18, I didn't have it. And I had decided at that point that I was going to be a vet. And I had known that since grade 9. That was my plan. So I sat down with the forced guidance counselor thing. And I was like, I don't need this. I've known since grade 9. I'm going to go to the university to get a pre-vet education. And then I'm going to go to, and then I listed like the 3 major universities. And I'm going to specialize in equine at this university, ideally with this professor if I can. I don't need your help. I've already got it figured out. Can I leave now?
Jesus.
And she was like, but have you ever thought about going into nursing? And I was like, she wanted nurse. I was in a Dutch school. So I was just like nurses and engineers for everyone. And I was like,
yep,
my mom's a nurse. I'm not going to be a nurse. # mommy issues. So yeah.
Jesus. Well, for me, something like 1/3 of my graduating class in high school ended up going into some sort of concurrent education program. because they pushed high school teachers that hard. Everyone wanted to be a high school teacher. They were talking about the big high school teacher shortage coming up. There'll be so many jobs. And now my generation over here in Ontario, there's so many high school teachers and no one has any work. Like, well, that didn't work out. For me, like, I took a drama class in grade 11 and something kind of sparked in me that felt different from everything else I had done in school. But I was kind of expected by my parents to do something more tangible. So I suppressed it. And then
you got an English lit degree.
Yes. Well, actually, I was originally going for programming, but I changed over to English lit after 1 year because I was like, no, not for me. I can program.
I just like the stories, man. I just want to study stories.
Yeah, kind of. But like in grade school, I think starting in grade 6, I started learning basic programming just to like. I wanted to make my own video games. I'm a big gamer at heart. I wanted to make my own video games, so I was making computer games in grade 6, and I was like, I can be a programmer. And then I realized, fuck, I don't want to be a programmer. This sucks. I can if you ask me to program something right now, I probably could, but like I do it for myself now, you know. But the drama class was, it sparked something, and then I suppressed it basically until we started the YouTube channel, me and my friends, and I was like, oh, this is what it is. This is what I want to do. Actually, I like making videos. I like talking to people. Yeah. So that's what I do. Had a great conversation with Stardust a couple days ago.
Yeah,
it was really cool.
What'd you guys talk about?
I authoritarian pilled her.
Oh, really? I convinced her that it's based, or what does that mean?
Yes. I gave her the anti-democracy pill.
Okay.
And here's the thing: like, I'm not an anti-democratic kind of guy. Like, I'm still ultimately like a liberal, like pro-democracy, pro-capitalism, functional institutions. But like, I know the anti-democratic arguments very well, partially from making the fascism video. So I know how they think, and I was like, I'm gonna, she was cool with it. Like, it was okay. I was like, I'm gonna troll Stardust a bit here, and I'm gonna try to convince her that overthrowing democracy is the way to go. So I gave her all the hardest arguments that I could, and she was just like, "Oh shit!" And I was like, "Don't worry, we can answer all these." It was really fun. She's actually great. She's a great sport. She's very funny. I really enjoyed talking to her.
That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed talking to her. Yeah, she's a very nice girl.
Woman. Do you want me?
Woman.
Do you want me to authoritarian pill you? Do the same thing?
I'm an uppity bitch. I already told you. I am way more disagreeable. Even if I don't have reasons, I'm just like, you probably will. I am dubious that you can do it. Not even because I necessarily can like out contend with it.
No, that's fair.
I'm just not as agreeable. So
it's just kind of fun. It's just kind of like a fun little thing.
You can try. I'm curious to see.
Oh, sure. What was that? I know there's one. Taftage is, right?
Mm-hmm. I love Taff.
She's great. Yeah. I talk to her all the time. She's got a big brain.
And big booba.
Well, I wasn't gonna say it.
They're nice though.
No, actually, after her what?
I said she has a nice booba.
Okay. After her first discussion with Destiny, I messaged her and I was like, you're really cool. Like, I really enjoyed your appearance on Destiny. And then she immediately follows me back. Okay. And is like in my DMs, she's like, "Oh my God, are you the real SFO? I've been watching your videos for years." And I was like, all right. But she's really nice. She's really smart. I love bouncing ideas off of her. But she threw this around in a stream with Destiny. And here, I'll just post it in the DM. Have you seen this before? Testing theories of American politics, elites, interest groups, and average citizens.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so the TLDR of this study is basically, it correlates voters' preferences to policy outcomes, such that the lowest income bracket in the United States, who they vote for makes no difference whatsoever. So if you're a poor person and you vote for a candidate because he says he will implement policies X, Y, and Z, the chances he will actually implement policies X, Y, and Z is basically nothing. There's a zero correlation. However, at the highest income bracket, the correlation is 0.6. So there's a lot of people who are very anti-democratic oriented, who like to lean on this study and say, look, voting doesn't matter. It's all what the upper class wants, and that's just how it's going to be. And this is like the entryway into the anti-democracy component of the internet is usually this study.
Does anybody look up any counter studies that like challenge this, or like any meta-analysis that challenge this?
Well, in the Destiny Taftage discussion, he said that there was some problems with reproducing it, but I don't know the full details of reproducing it. If what the problems were. But there's a political theory that also comes out of the, it's always the fucking Italians, you know. It comes out of the Italians. It's called elite theory, and the idea is basically just that democracy is a post hoc justification of what the elites want, and they will make you vote for it using propaganda.
Interesting.
And when they talk about this sort of thing, they have some real world examples they can cite. So, for example, these people believe that the problem of NIMBYism is a uniquely democratic problem. And they'll point out the urban sprawl issue in LA as being the best example of what they're talking about. So I'm sure you've been to LA. I think I've actually seen you stream there, haven't you? No, that was Miami. You were doing an IRL with Miami with Destiny. But anyway, most cities have this problem. They have urban sprawl. So hundreds of miles of just tiny, shitty little houses and tiny, shitty little backyards. No apartment blocks. And everyone's just renting these falling apart little shit shacks. And the poor have nowhere to live. And the landowners don't want the situation to change because that will ruin their property investment. So the correct thing to do to solve the issue would be to build apartment blocks. So now there's apartments, they're cheaper, poor people can go live there. That reduces demand on housing. So now suddenly you have more people in one place in the apartment block. Now suddenly house prices go down. The middle class can have houses again, but every single landowner will never vote for a zoning change that actually allows you to build apartment blocks in these neighborhoods, because that means that their housing prices, the value of their investment will just plummet into the ground. And so this is an instance where every single voter will always vote for what is best for them and what is worst for society, and things don't get changed. And they use this model to talk about prisons. Nobody wants a prison in their backyard. Nobody wants prisoners released into their community. They use it to talk about nuclear power. Nobody wants the nuclear reactor in their town because everyone has the shadow of Chernobyl over their minds. And so basically, if you had, say, a benevolent philosopher king, he would just build the apartment blocks as society needs them because he has absolute authority. He could just build the nuclear reactor. He could just build the prison. He could do what is good for everyone and ignore the votes of the people who basically they make, like, they're not being unreasonable. They make rational decisions, but it's the collective rational decisions of every individual that makes society worse. And so this is kind of where the anti-democratic, that
makes society worse.
Yeah.
How do you feel about gate-kept democracy? I'd be curious what you think about that. So there's some element of gatekeeping, for example, like people can't vote unless they like meet a bare minimum test, which could be as simple as like, can you name 3 candidates on the ballot, or like something like that. I guess that wouldn't work for you guys because you guys typically only have 2 on ballots. But
Wait, I'm a Canadian.
Oh yeah, you're Canadian. Fuck, I always seem to forget that you're Canadian.
You forgot that don't I have the accent?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really think Canadians have an accent, so.
Really? I mean, I hear it in you sometimes. You have like an Albertan accent for sure.
Do I? I don't know. Yeah. I mean, probably technically yes. I just don't hear like a major deviation from Americans, other than like a couple of our like sounds usually that are different. I
sometimes slip into a Newfoundland accent because that's where my family's from, and I spent like some of my youth there. But for the most part, I'm pure Ontario. So gatekept democracy. There's like a few forms of that. So some people, believe that should only be landowners because if you're a landowner, you have like
that's a bad one. I don't like that one.
An investment it is. By the way, I agree it's a bad one. But just to steelman their argument, you have an investment that needs protecting. So if you own land, somebody else doesn't own land, you probably have more of a buy-in into the stability of the country because you have more to lose. That's going to be their argument. some people based on the draft, which is why they believe women shouldn't vote and men should, because if you're voting for the country to go to war, you should have to be the one who dies in that war. And there might be something to that argument, because death is kind of final. I know that's kind of related to like the Starship Troopers argument, where you only get you can only get the opportunity to vote if you either work for the government for the 2 years or for the military for 2 years. That's how it was in Starship Troopers.
Yeah. Did you hear the breaking news?
What's the news?
So I don't know what's going on, but Destiny just started a stream saying that he's going nuclear. So I'm curious if you'd want to watch some of that with me. There's a clip I don't want to totally pivot, but I feel like I'd be interested to get your thoughts on a couple of clips that have been sent to me.
Sure. I mean, I guess I could like 30 seconds TLDR this up.
Because I really like this is really interesting. I just know that everyone is going to be distracted.
Everyone wants you to watch this right now.
And I'm getting like pummeled with DMs about it right now.
Mm-hmm. Also, like if you ever want me to bow out, it's your show. You just let me know, right?
I want to actually get your thoughts on it, because I think you're actually a really good thing. I like how you think a lot.
Oh, really? How do I think?
I wouldn't be able to categorize it.
Okay.
I think you actually do really good critical thinking.
Oh, well, thanks. I always view myself as exceptionally stupid. Like, I've had some people ask, like, despite my early academic success, I've had some people ask me some very tough questions, and I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. But here, I'll TLDR this 30-second, and then we can watch the clips if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Regarding gatekept voting, I think there are strong arguments for many different systems, but I think they all have the same fatal flaw. And the fatal flaw is, in a social contract society, the point of the government is that it wields the monopoly on force.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what makes the government different from a corporation and from an individual person. It wields a monopoly on force. It is the decider of what justice is. It will be the thing that comes and arrests you if you violate a crime. It will be what sticks up for you if you have been the victim of a crime. It has to be the thing that uses force in ways that no other body can. And so if you are going to be subject to the violence of the government, you should, even if you have no money, even if you don't pay enough in taxes or own land or serve as a soldier, you should probably have some say in how that force is applied. So if the cops are coming to arrest you because you broke a law, you probably should have had some opportunity to vote on whether or not that should have been a law. I think that is something that all the other systems kind of disregard. But like, there's something to those systems that can't simply be ignored, because there's lots of people, it seems to be more on the progressive side of things. They say like, well, if you want to restrict democracy in any way, that means you're a fascist. And it's like, well, not necessarily, right? Like, clearly democracy should be restricted to citizens of the nation. You can't have a bunch of people who aren't citizens voting in your democracy. Like, there's reasonable things. And I even see the appeal of like intelligence. Like, are you should like a 65 IQ person be able to vote? You can't even write on the page. Like, I get it, but I think that the worst evil is the possibility of government violence being used against somebody who had no conceivable option to even avoid it. And there's my rant. What do you think?
What do I think? I think I need to read a lot more political theory before I can offer you good, interesting conversation, because it's obvious to me that you have way more knowledge in this space. And so when you're talking to somebody who's like way more trained in a field, and then you ask a question and they give you that look where you're like, fuck, that's a dumb question. That question makes no sense within the field, does it? That's where I feel where I'm like, interesting thoughts. I have some thoughts about this. I'll fully admit I'm slightly distracted.
Yes.
Because there's like,
and to be fair,
stuff going on privately in my DMs that is like very distracting.
It was the other way around when it was psychology earlier, because I know enough to know what you're saying, but not enough to comment on it, right? So, like, I understand completely, yeah. But yeah, I guess that's something that we could always. I mean, I've enjoyed what we've talked about anyway. It's been fun. But if you want me to stick around and see what you've got going on, I can do that, sure. I've got maybe an hour left of my night, and you can have the hour, or I can go do something else. It's up to you.
Well, okay. I've got a clip.
But I do kind of want to see some of the shit show that's happening right now.
Okay. I've got a clip.
Okay.
Can you see my stream?
I can.
Good.
You're on Firefox right now. You use Firefox?
Yeah.
Isn't Firefox like a memory hog?
It's better than Chrome.
I use Brave, man.
You're using those alt options. It's
Yes,
not wanting to load for me. Oh, it's downloading. That's why. Fuck. Okay,
Like
I even have a Fairphone, believe it or not.
Damn. Fairphone. Is that
a Fairphone? Yeah.
Do you program it? Are you one of those nerds who like programs your own phones and stuff?
Kind of. So a Fairphone is a completely open source phone made in Europe. So it has stuff that both lefties and righties kind of like about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's completely made out of recycled material. I think it's like 75% recycled at least. And also, there's a lot of right to repair stuff because every component of it can be easily dismantled and bought on the Fairphone website. So lefties like that because of the openness of the hardware and the recyclability. Righties like it though because it also has a bunch of like anti-tracking and anti-data harvesting components to it as well. So it's basically like the best phone if you hate big tech and want to be like a Greenpeace advocate.
Okay.
So
interesting.
I grabbed one of those.
Look at you living out your ethics like a fucking loser.
It cost me extra $200 too for what I would have otherwise got, but it was important to me, so I got it.
Base. All right, you ready for this?
I am watching.
Okay.
Playing. Is that Overwatch? Yeah, they're playing Overwatch.
I guess so.
Like it.
Slay.
I don't respect her takes on psychology.
Agree.
And
Talking about you here?
Feel that
I guess so.
The way that she and Destiny kind of ganged up on Max was really irritating.
They do this with every fucking orbiter because NotSoErudite has to signal to Destiny that she's still the best one. It's like a golden child syndrome.
Jesus.
And it comes from a deep insecurity of not knowing when it's going to happen to her.
I see a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What do you think about that?
So from what I understand,
as somebody in the space since 2009, you are deeply familiar with petty drama on the internet, probably more than I am. So I would love to know your analysis of this clip.
So from what I understand, Destiny's kind of unique on YouTube. He's kind of unique on YouTube in such a way that, like, right now there's the orbiter meta of DGG. Right, where there's a bunch of people coming on, and they're all kind of jockeying for the attention of Destiny and his viewers, while Destiny sits there and plays Factorio and gets completely absorbed by League of Legends. Right, so that's the current DGG meta. And it's from what I can tell, it's actually kind of unique. Like there are other components of the internet that have like a big central YouTuber, and then they have like their smaller friends. So I'm part of the Sargon orbit. You know who Sargon is, right?
Yep.
Okay, so. There's the Sargon orbit. He's more right-leaning than me, but we've been friends for like 5 years, and we have a lot of spirited debates actually in private because I don't agree with him on a lot, but we're good friends. And there's like V is in there, and Arch Warhammer is in there, and I'm in there, and Rags and Mauler, the EFAP guys, they're in there. Adam and Sitch, you went on their show recently, they're in there. There's like a group of us, and we're all kind of like pals, and we all talk about stuff. And we all tend to orbit around Sargon because Sargon has nearly 1 million subs. But we and we do kind of owe partially our success to him, but it's not as drastic as with Destiny because Destiny has like made people's careers. Destiny made Vosh, you know. Destiny has made Mr. Girl. He's kind of made you in a sense, if you don't mind me saying.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. I wouldn't even cope about that.
And for me, like Sargon definitely made me for sure. He gave me like 1/3 of my sub base with a shout out at one point, but Sargon didn't really make V. Sargon helped, but V kind of made himself, and Arch definitely made himself, and Adam and Sitch kind of made themselves. So Destiny's unique in that like the orbiters seem to really depend on him way more than in other YouTube spaces. And I feel like that dynamic might actually lead to more Orbiter infighting. People who are really like, I gotta get on Destiny's stream today. I gotta get those subs, man. I gotta get that money. I gotta get those views. And they kind of see Destiny as a path forward. And combine that with the fact that Destiny's had a lot of bridge burning over the years.
Yeah.
He's like, there was like the bridge burn with Vosh, and then there was the bridge burn with Xanderhal, the bridge burn with the Serfs, all the lefties. He burned all the lefty bridges. And then, like, I think even with Nick Fuentes, there's been like a bridge burn.
Yeah, it seems like it. I'm not sure, but they're not doing anything together in the last little while. So,
and I haven't seen him do anything with Lauren Southern recently either. But maybe that's burned me. I don't know. I'm not like, I don't know Destiny. I've talked to him in DMs like a couple times, and I actually went on a stream once, like late night, like a year and a half ago. And I had just started watching him, and I got so like nervous I couldn't talk to him, and I made myself sound like a complete fucking retard. And I was like, "Please don't upload this VOD." And he's like, "Don't worry, I won't understand." But I haven't had a chance to talk to him again since then, and he's kind of hard to get a hold of. I'd like to, but I don't know if I have anything relevant to say on anything. But I do know that a lot of I'm not in his head, but so from the outside, it seems like there's a lot of bridge burning happening. A lot of like kind of people are using him, blowing up their platforms, like book smarts, burning the bridge and then running away. Now that they've had a career that's gotten jump started, and this just seems to be like another case of that when I see this, and maybe these people shit talking you is going to be a component of that because you seem like one of the people who wouldn't do that to Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's what's going on here. That kind of seems like what's happening. Like I don't know who these two people are that are talking, but just from the outside
it's
looking
Anna
in,
and Lav.
Who are these two people?
Anna Voir.
Oh, Anna Voir. No, I know Anna Voir. Okay, yes.
Anna Voir and Lav Lu.
Oh God, the person that you cannot speak about in DGG. I know who that is.
It's tricky, right? There's multiple reasons why you shouldn't speak about it. Like she did get like a aggressive level of like hatred that like really distressed her as well. I'm not saying that she was perfect in the whole thing, but yeah. Yeah.
I know the basic story there. I know there's some weirdness. The other person though, I think I've seen her on a few of Destiny's streams, but I don't know what her deal is. I don't know that. I'm sorry. But it does seem like from an outsider's point of view, this is like the Orbiter jockeying meta right now.
Mm-hmm.
That I think is just a continuation of what we've seen before.
So I have one more thing to share you, and then I would like to watch a bit of a live stream with you, if that's okay.
Sure thing.
Okay. Base takes. See, I told you. I knew that you'd think well. Okay, share your screen. Sorry.
Well, thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
I've see when I had that kind of big blow up where like I just failed out of school.
Mm-hmm.
Part of my, I guess, the reconstitution of myself, I was trying to be like, well, what did I do wrong here? And a lot of it was that I felt like I was getting by on like a natural intelligence that had basically run. I hit my wall, and so I needed to try and think differently. And a lot of that was like, well, let's be a bit more rational. Let's get a little bit more in touch with like my intuition. I've been trying to do some almost like Yadowskian mental exercises, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna.
Yep. Sorry,
I can't speed it up. No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
I can't see it though. I just see your face.
I'm sharing screen in the Discord. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can't see it in the Discord. It's just your avatar.
Oh, that's really weird. Let me try.
I can send you a screenshot if you want to see what
No,
I'm
I believe
about.
it. Is that better?
No. Nope. Here. It's actually a type of glitch that I haven't seen before, so it's new to me.
Okay, can you see this one? Does it say I'm nuclear?
No, nothing's changing.
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna turn this off.
Maybe a refresh of it. Nope. Still no. Here, what if I leave the call and come back? Okay, there we go. It's back. Sorry about that.
Okay. Can you see it? Is it working? Okay. Can you hear it?
Guys. How do I hear it?
And I'm not saying
yes.
Yeah, okay.
That there was any it's hard to grapple with because there's no I mean, I reached out to Steven first, right? I reached out to Steven because I liked his content. And I assume that, like, most of the women also did, right? So then I have to think about, like, did I put myself in a situation like this? And the answer is yes. And I can also take myself out of it if I feel uncomfortable. And that's what I'm doing. Do I think that Steven is an evil person? No. At this point, not enough information has come out to make me feel like he's an evil person. I wasn't Me Too'd. I wasn't harassed. Everything was consensual, and I'm sure most of the things that he's done with women are consensual, right? But now there lies this strange intersection between what is consensual and then all these women that are orbiting him, that are fighting each other in front of him for his honor, who have had sex with him or had a sexual relationship with him.
That is kind of Giga Chat, I guess.
And it feels weird.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. Like, I don't have a sexual relationship with him at all. It's super platonic. I'm sure it's true for a lot, but he's in an open relationship. He's a decently, any girl that's attracted to intellectuality is going to be someone into him.
He's pretty charismatic, yeah.
He's charismatic. He's good with women, and he likes to fuck. So it's like, I'm not surprised that he fucks a lot of the women that come on the stream, but I don't know if it's true that there's like this like it's making it seem like there's a necessary requirement that a woman is like sexual to be part of the orbit, which is not true. I believe, for example, isn't like Pixie, who's still part of the orbit and talks to him, like dating and therefore like assumably not involved.
I don't know. I do know I've talked to Pixie a bit in DGG. I don't know if she's dating anybody. I do know, I think this is public knowledge, so I don't mind saying it. I've talked to Cherry a bunch, and apparently they had some kind of a fling. But I think that's public knowledge. In fact, I'm almost 90% certain that's public knowledge. That they had a fling at one point. I know Stardust orbits, but Stardust is in a relationship. She's got a boyfriend. Mm-hmm. I think maybe. Don't take this the wrong way, all right? I think maybe the reason people are assuming that you have been sexual with him is because you visited him, and it's very easy to say, who's going to go and visit a streamer not do that sort of thing when the camera's off?
But my husband was there, and his wife was there the whole time.
Well, sure, but he has an open relationship, right? And I mean, maybe everyone's assuming that you guys all had a foursome or something. I don't know. Like, if I were somebody who knew absolutely nothing, watching from the outside, just being a fan of everyone, I could see that being a fan theory that kind of propagated around
for sure
the underbelly of the community.
I totally understand why that would be a fan theory. And it's like, obviously, if I say that I haven't, some people will just take me at my word. Other people are going to think I'm coping and lying about it, right? And it's just like, there's no way, like, what the fuck do I do to prove it? Because...
yeah, you're proving a negative, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. All right. I'm wondering if there's more to this.
Because how do you consent to something like that? Like, how do I consent to having a sexual relationship with someone and then for them to let me get completely denigrated on a subreddit or in the chat every time I come on? And then how does that, like with Brittany or Cherry or with all of those, like, how do we, what is that situation? How do you navigate that situation? It's so strange. It's weird. It's like...
Actually, I have a question about that.
And I would not tell my...
Is this her confirming for the first time that her and Destiny have had a sexual relationship? Or is this also known about this person?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I don't follow like all of the drama super closely.
Okay.
So probably chat will answer that better than I can.
All right. Okay.
Friend to put themselves in that situation or to continue that situation. So I had to be a good friend to myself and take myself out of it. Which I think is fine. And like I said, I don't think Steven is a bad person. Do I think he's impulsive? Sure. Really what I'm saying is, selfishly, the situation was not good for me. It can be good even for other women if they're getting what they want out of it, I suppose.
You know, to her credit, it probably isn't good for her if she feels like she's existing in an ecosystem where she's had sex with a guy and she's now surrounded by like his harem, and everyone believes that they're all fucking and they're all fighting each other while he just kind of sits there, you know, half paying attention. It probably isn't good for her if that's how she perceives the situation.
I would agree. She's also like is getting a massive amount of hate from DGG. The issue is that it's like I don't want to say that somebody has like earned it necessarily, because I think most of the hate that people get online is disproportionate, and I think misogyny makes almost all of the hatred against women typically beyond overblown, right? Like, yeah, there's just a much smaller margin of error for women to exist within, which is a really big problem.
Yeah.
The issue is she's also like said a lot of shit where I'm like, probably be careful about how you say this publicly, and like to what like there's an expectation of like you need to protect me from like your community being mean to me, but
she's
why?
She's very young, right? Like she looks kind of young.
24.
And, okay. I mean, that's
so she is
not that young, I guess.
Not that young, but I would say she's definitely young in like the way that she engages in like the world and stuff like that, for sure. Like
I can kind of see that from how she talks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like by 24, that had already been past like my own life collapse, so I was already kind of growing up at that point. But this reminds me of like a female version of me when I was like 20. You know, like kind of being a bit oblivious about some things and wanting other people to take responsibility for stuff that I probably had at least half of a hand in. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like the hyper individualistic view of just take responsibility for everything. It's all your fault. Like that doesn't really help either. But there's probably some middle ground between it's all my fault and it's all somebody else's fault. You know.
The issue is like you don't get to say this shit. Like you don't have to play the stupid like politically correct game. But she doesn't get to like have an out for just acting young. Like this is the issue like with Sneeko too. Like I'll give grace to Sneeko, but he's still culpable. Like people not liking Sneeko and like attacking him is also part of it. Like if you're going to act immature and you're going to say dumb ass shit all the time, the reality is that there are consequences for those actions. And yes, when you're in public scrutiny, those consequences are way bigger than they probably even should be. They're way disproportionate to the reactions, which fucking sucks. But that's why the reality is that being in the public eye is not for everyone, which is super fucking fair. It's awful. It's awful and it's wrong what a lot of people have to deal with in the public space, but it isn't Destiny's fault that this is existing. And it's just crazy to me that she's saying shit like this when she literally just attacked Cherry and Stardust for like, in her mind, me tooing Max. When it's like, what are the implications of what you're saying here? Like, think about it. You don't get the out of being like, I'm young. I get to walk up. Like, it's like, think about what the fuck you're saying here. This is really bad. This is really, really bad what you're implying here.
Just to clarify, what you were talking about was the midriff exposure drama, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I understand what you're talking about. Okay, yeah, that sounds like a lot of it. The issue is, from what I think, I think the issue is, it's something like everyone kind of goes through this process as part of their own maturity, where they say some dumb shit because they're young and they're kind of stupid.
Do they make like veiled? I don't know if I've ever made veiled accusations at like essentially like some sort of like power abuse of a sexual dynamic thing at somebody who is my friend, especially publicly, right? Like, like he's been good to her. I assume that they're friends. They seem friendly at least. He's been exceedingly charitable of her, like some of her like really bad positions, and he's been like patient with her. Like this isn't like normal growing up stuff. It's like, this is worse than that, because I've never done this, not even publicly. The worst I ever did, even close to that, was like one time in grade 8, I told my friend that my friend had a crush on her brother, and she told me that I shouldn't, and like asked me not to, which was bad. I broke my promise. That was bad. But that's like, I'm pretty sure that's the last time I ever like fucking crossed that boundary, because I was like, oh my God, this is so bad. Like, this is, yeah.
Oh yeah, that first time when like you tell a lie that goes like way out of proportion, reality snaps back, you're fucking terrified when it happens. Holy shit.
Like,
yeah.
The idea that Destiny giving these people a platform makes them more responsible is actually kind of psychotic to me.
Mm-hmm. So I was gonna get to that. I was trying to be fair to her before I got to that part of the conversation.
I'm sorry. I know I'm being bummed out. I was trying to jump on your charitable train too, but then I'm just like starting to think about the implications, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck?
So, let's see. If this process were happening to this exact same person, but 1, it was offline, and 2, it were with somebody who, let's say, didn't have an audience, and it was just somebody she had been sleeping with, and there had been a little bit of interpersonal drama in their friend group, it probably would not be nearly this bad, I think. I think a lot of it is just exacerbation through the fact that there's like 10,000 people watching this drama right now.
Yes.
And that's still ultimately her fault, because she did some of this stuff, and she's allowing her responses to get exacerbated by the fact that she has a spotlight shining on her right now. But it's like 10% understandable, I guess. And 90%, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Because even if you can understand, even if you can put yourself in her shoes and kind of try to model her brain, and it's like, well, what would you do if you were her? And it might be something similar. I mean, from the outside, it still looks kind of crazy, right? It's still like, if this is a streamer who Destiny has collaborated with and has probably grown her stream off of, and it sounds like they've had sex. And now that after she's kind of, she's gotten her bag, she's here kind of turning on the whole thing, and not only turning on the whole thing, but like not making any sort of actual threat of any sort of like sexual misconduct, but
but vague posting about it. Yeah.
She's scraping at the edges of it a little bit. And it's like, well, maybe I can get like one last bag out of DGG before I finally burn the bridge completely by having this new, and it's like that seems kind of scummy. Yeah.
All right. Well, Destiny is now live fighting with Max, because I guess this has escalated. Would you like to stay and watch this with me?
Sure
thing. Of course, again, in DGG, politics is just getting derailed by DGG drama.
Oh my God, there was that one recently. He was gonna have a guy on to talk about the midterms, and it got instantly fucking derailed by a bunch of people jumping in and talking about
I know
the black experience or something. And no offense to that conversation, but I wanted to watch politics.
Yeah. One thing I will say for Lev, because a lot of people don't actually know this about her, she is actually quite successful on multiple platforms. So she's got about 700K on TikTok, I think. And she's written a number of like decently successful Spotify songs as well. So the dynamic of like relying on him for her platform isn't as true. In fact, I think she's helped him go viral on TikTok multiple times. So their relationship actually is a little bit, at least in platform helping, a little bit actually more equitable than like mine would be, for example. Just to make sure that that's known.
Because there's another dynamic in there. You can't really make money on TikTok. And I don't know about Spotify, but you can't make money on TikTok the way you can on Twitch and YouTube. So there might be an added financial component, because it's very hard to move your audience between platforms. If you have a 1 million sub TikTok, you might have like a 70,000 sub YouTube, right? So if you have a platform that just isn't monetizable, it doesn't, in terms of like how much money you're making, it matters a whole lot less, So there might still be that financial incentive here.
Yeah, possibly. I thought on TikTok, after you have 100K subs, you can start making dollars per view as well. That was my understanding, but maybe I'm wrong. And
there is a pretty big TikToker with several million, called Call Me Chris. She's out in Vancouver, actually. And she revealed recently that she makes nothing on TikTok. Zero.
Damn.
Not a single cent. And it's like, holy shit.
So glad I moved off that site. Holy shit. It's so scummy. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, if you'd like to hear the screaming.
Sure, I'm having fun.
Okay.
So
your insights as like an outsider, because you're kind of, like, you're not really in the orbit, right? So you're like kind of like an outsider viewing from within is really interesting. Can you see this?
I know a lot of. I can, yeah. I know a lot of the people. Like I know who Destiny is, and I know who you are. I know who Taftadge is. You know, I know who Stardust is, but I'm not in the circle. You know.
The circle.
I know a lot of the players.
Circle of life.
There was shit. There's something I wanted to say, and I don't even remember what it is. It's gone. Left my head.
She gone. Are you good if I watch at 1.5? I tend to watch.
Oh sure, you can watch it 2.2 if you want.
My chat usually loses their shit if I watch it at 2. So.
I have actually a thing downloaded so I can watch it at 3. But I find if I'm watching it at 3 times speed, I have to actually watch it and not just have it on in the background. I can do 3, but I have to really be focused on it.
Yeah, me too. And I usually try to passively consume content. So.
Same, yeah.
Okay, are you ready?
Ready.
Should we go from the beginning?
30 minutes? Okay. Yeah, sure.
And there's a 30-minute section where there's nothing happening. Okay.
Right.
Have all of my sources, my links, my docs, So I usually take time to like get everything in a row, have all of my sources, my links, my docs, my manifesto.
Just tell me if you want to pause it.
Sure. I'm a little bit pressed on time for this one for reasons that will become apparent. And I don't think this one is quite
I've cranked it to max on my end. Can you crank up a little bit as it's coming through to me? Because it's kind of quiet.
Sure, let me try doing this.
Tend to be.
How's that? Is that better?
It's like the same. Hold on. Nope, it's good now. That's okay. Okay.
We're gonna wing it.
A new manifesto.
If that doesn't work,
is being dropped.
We'll come back and do a formal write-up, I guess. But.
Live and impromptu. Improv manifesto.
I like his new emote, the skull emote, the nah. That's pretty funny.
Should I smoke a little bit? Or should I just fucking go? Trying to think. Actually, you know what? Before we do this, let me see how this is gonna go. Let's see how this is gonna go. Hold on. If I get over 900,
I've got to go to the washroom, but I have wireless headphones, so I can keep.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm gonna keep listening. Don't worry about it. I'll be back in a minute. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This situation actually really sucks. Generally, we're gonna go back. Let me take you back a few months. Generally, when I meet people online, there is very limited interaction that I have at such a level to where if I couldn't cut a person off, I wouldn't care. It's incredibly rare. There's like 3 people in my life where it would affect me. But after a few months ago, I had a tumultuous interpersonal thing that happened. And I was like, okay, well, here's like a lesson I think that I've learned for myself. I'm going to reach out and talk to more people offline to try to have more like human friendly-ish type relationships. Because that's what human beings do. Maybe it'd be good for me. And one of those people was our good friend Max. And another one of those people, before she became a streamer, was Lav. Spoke with her like a few months ago. She wasn't really into the whole
restreaming Destiny, who's banned on Twitch to Twitch.
Oh yeah.
You gotta take that down or you get in trouble.
I'll make it smaller.
Yeah.
I'll put a little picture in front of his face.
Oh, yeah. Does that work?
Yeah.
But you have their voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not really, but they've eased up on Destiny, it seems.
streaming thing. So I didn't really think much of it. It's like, oh, random person I've spoken to before, whatever. And yeah, yikes. So where do we even begin? What happened? Am I crazy to think that Lav has hope? So here's the issue. I don't have perfect transparency. Okay, I don't normally make... So here's something that I've learned in my life, okay? One of the reasons why I think I'm quite intelligent and quite good at dealing with people generally, because I'm usually pretty humble about the extent of my knowledge on a person. So like, I might say or think that I have a person like 90% figured out, but I'll really only act on like 50%, because like truly you don't know. Like I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I mind read you completely, I figured you out 100%, blah, blah, blah. Usually I get an inkling, I'll ask more questions, interact with somebody more. If somebody would ever ask me, and I've said this a lot on stream before, if somebody asked me, how do you know if you truly know a person? How long do you need? Like I can do it in 10 minutes and some people can do it in hours. Usually what I say is, well, if I've gone through like a really big situation with somebody and they could have fucked me over or not, then I'll know like what that person's like. That's generally like my approach. I usually wait to see till big situations happen, and then I kind of get like a handle on what people truly are like. So that being said, generally when I'm like reading people on stream, I'm usually pretty reserved in what I'm saying. I usually don't give like all of my thoughts on those people, just because I don't know 100% and because just whatever. But I'm going to be a little bit more candid with my impressions now. I don't actually think that Lav or Anna or Shaylin are that much in the wrong. I think that Max is actually like a full-on narcissistic manipulator who's abusive to every single person in his orbit. Probably worse than any other person I've ever seen in my entire life. I kind of got that inkling over the Shaylin videos, but truthfully, I'm willing to extend like, well, maybe there's stuff I'm not seeing, maybe there's something I don't understand. Yeah, you know, like maybe there's something going on behind the scenes or whatever. So I'm like willing to wait for data to come in, but especially watching him interact with Lav on his stream, and then seeing how Lav has changed her disposition, and then seeing the types of messages that Anna sends me now, and then hearing about what Shaylin is saying on Chud Logic's stream, now I understand way more like what's...
Can I jump in here a bit?
Yeah, for sure.
So, 2 things. One, while you've been doing this, Chud Logic has been doing the Shaylin interview. And right before we started, I messaged him, and I was like, I'll watch the VOD later because I'm going to do something. But what's been going on in the Shaylin interview? And he says, apparently some spicy things have happened in the Shaylin interview. So.
Okay. There's a lot of shit stirring. I suspect we're about to see a massive civil war and separation of certain orbiters, probably.
Mm-hmm.
No orbiter will be left innocent.
Everyone must take.
All will be victims of the Great Civil War.
Even Stardust is streaming about it now. She switched over from election coverage to Destiny, Mr. Girl. Damn.
Yeah.
Everyone's
no
doing
politics.
it.
Max has a certain impression. He's able to...
The second thing I wanted to point out,
if
you don't mind.
No, for sure.
The second thing is, there's probably some psych way to describe this that I don't know. But I think there's like... How do I want to word this? I haven't vocalized this idea before. It's only been in my head, so I'm trying to figure out. When you see somebody do something, it's actually not important what you're seeing. What's important is what state of mind that they're likely to have while they're doing it. Does that make sense?
Explain it.
It's like, okay, let's see. If I told you that I had a girlfriend whose name was Naomi, there's a few things that I could be doing when I do this. I could be saying to you, I have a girlfriend named Naomi. And in reality, I actually have a girlfriend named Naomi. Or I could be lying to you. I could be saying, I want you to think for some ulterior motive reason that I have a girlfriend named Naomi, but I don't actually.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to depend how you take what I'm saying to you is going to depend on how likely you think either of those mind states that I have is.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So I've seen a bunch of Max's stuff, and I actually messaged him to interview him, but he never got back to me. Because he reminded me of me when I was 19. I see a lot of similarities between him and I before I went through my complete like life ruination. And I was like, this is very interesting because I see a lot of like, you know, there were some bad components of myself that I think I've at least kind of tamed as I've gotten older. And I see them in him and I'm like, I want to talk to this guy.
Right.
But it never happened. But I have been watching his stuff. And when Destiny says, I think Max is like a psychotic manipulator of the highest degree, you know, as soon as he said that, I was in the washroom, but as soon as he said that, I was like, I had these flashes in my mind of like certain things, nothing concrete that I can think of right now, but I had flashes of like certain things he had said, certain feelings that I had towards him, where it's like, it could be the case that you're telling the truth, but if you were lying about this thing, it's actually highly probable that this is what you would say. This is the lie you would tell if you were lying, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, it's the issue of like, it's like kind of like, it's almost in a way like the body language analysis where it's like the exact thing that you would express if you wanted to convince people that you weren't being deceptive might also look identical to non-deceptive behavior.
Yes.
If you're smart.
I was trying to, I kind of brushed at the surface of this when I was talking with Stardust, but it wasn't really the conversation, so I didn't get into it. I said I vocalized it something like, deception versus intuition. Ultimately, deception wins, because a perfect deceptor will look completely identical to the real thing to a perfect intuitionist.
Well,
You know what I mean?
there's another factor in here, which is the self-deceptor, right? There's somebody who knows that they're lying and who will try to like maintain a certain look, and the perfect intentional deceptor, you can't tell from that. But there are also another category, which is the self-deceptors. So they don't realize that they've lied to themselves. So they're living under the lie, like the intentional liar, but they believe the lie to be true. And so they're also typically going to look just like authenticity because they are authentically reacting to the situation. The problem is that they have misconstrued it. This is the most common cause of fights, for example, right? You miscommunicate, you misunderstand what a person's trying to say, and so you take it in one way when it was intended in a different way, and now you have all sorts of feelings and thoughts and emotions when actually all your feelings, thoughts, emotions, and criticisms of the other person are based on like essentially like a self-deception because you've misunderstood what went on.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess that's like the other possibility where you misunderstand. Right. No, I think I understand what you're saying, because what I was talking about is if they're actively trying to deceive you. Yeah.
Right.
When they're actively trying to when I listen to Max talk, it seems like the stuff he is saying is the stuff that you would say if you were lying and actually meant the opposite. But it also could still be true. Like that's the problem with it, right? It's I'm having a hard time putting this in words. It's something like, what makes a certain behavior important isn't what the behavior looks like. It's what states of mind that make that behavior more or less probable. It's something like that. I'm sorry. This is kind of the edge of my understanding right now.
And so when you're looking at Max, are you basically trying to understand like the state of mind to basically make a proper interpretation of the behavior?
Yeah. So when I see Max, a lot of the things he says are things that you would say if you were lying or being deceptive, and you wanted to come off as not looking like you're lying or being deceptive.
Right.
And that seems to be like his bread and butter almost. I see that in like every stream he's on, every video he's on. There's at least one moment where I'm like, oh, this is one of these, you know?
Yeah.
And it just seems to be like a component, like a core, almost a core component of his personality, at least his online personality anyway.
Yeah, I've really struggled with Max constantly because I waffle between, are you self-deceptive or intentionally deceptive? Because you're one of these two things. I don't know which it is. And
do you ever think he's actually telling the truth? Or
I think if you're telling the truth, but your truth is based on a false perception and a small amount of introspection could correct that false perception, it's functionally a lie as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
By the
way, that's what I think
what's
happening.
I do actually have a girlfriend named Naomi, by the way, just for the record. that wasn't a lie.
That is true. Okay, guys, that is true.
But then again, if I wanted you to think that's what I would say.
Yeah, and the issue is that like Max has a continued repeated pattern of feeling some way about somebody, typically upset, hurt, angry toward them for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes resentful and bitter toward them. Like, I don't think he's just angry. I think he's like resentful, maybe even hateful. I can't read that much, but he for sure has strong negative emotions toward them. And all of a sudden, he can't go, these are just my feelings. This person's fucked up. Margin of error. Humans exist within some element of margin of error. It somehow becomes, this person must be evil, malicious, and wrong. And then he goes out of his way to make a moral crusade. So now this isn't actually about his feelings. His feelings were an intuition that told him something about the person's character. And what he's deduced based on his feelings originally is that this person is evil, malicious, and wrong. And then he goes on a moral crusade that he paints as some greater reaching good, which is what he did with the Dr. K. I am concerned about psych ethics and the treatment of this psychiatrist with the people who come on his stream. But it was never about psych ethics, because he said from the very beginning with me that if the board did not decide in his favor, which it looks like they will not do, he would basically take it up and attack the board next, because there was no way for him to possibly be wrong about his deductions about psych ethics, which means it's not about psych ethics. It's about your feelings, and you've just made a moral vendetta out of it. And he did this with Brittany, and it sounds like he's doing it again with Destiny. And the problem is, in this case, Destiny is a close friend who actually relied on him and got vulnerable with him, which is like literally the thing Max has said Destiny's worst at.
I see. Well, in terms of the psych ethics thing, like, is Mr. Girl like involved in the psych sphere enough to know what constitutes bad ethics?
His dad and his grandpa are psychologists, and I've heard mixed reports. Some people have told me that he has a degree in psychology, but then when you look up like past articles on him, they report him as having a degree in gender studies. So I'm not sure. Maybe he's got a major and minor, and I don't know which are which.
Well, to be fair, my minor's in gender studies, so my degree is even more useless. So, but okay, let's see here. There's something I had again, and I also lost it. I feel like my memory is going in my old age.
Oh man, should we keep going? See if it comes back. Poor chat's like,
sure, go ahead.
Come on, go.
Emotionally abuse or gaslight or manipulate people around him into feeling a certain way, and he draws them in such an unbelievably effective way that he can get them to feel almost whatever he wants them to. And I think that he's done that now with people in his immediate orbit. So,
I do have a question though, really quick. What I was trying to
where do we go? It didn't work.
What I was trying to describe to you. Did that have like any kind of basis in psychology, or is that like a fallacy or an effect or something, or is it just like something I've pulled out of my ass?
Sorry, the stuff on psychology is what?
Oh, when I mentioned the importance of a behavior is not what it looks like, but what the person's mind state is likely to be, is more or less likely to be. When is that like a fallacy, or is it like a known psych thing? Is it like, because I'm not educated enough to know what these things actually are, or if somebody else has described this before, so I'm just wondering if it's like a thing.
I mean, you could argue maybe. I've never heard it. It's probably more of a philosophy, if it's anything. Kind of like a philosophy of human, which in fairness, like psychology and philosophy are like deeply interlinked for obvious reasons. In fact, psychology is born out of philosophy. Yeah. So no, but it's a really interesting. It's a unique. It's at least got me thinking. So good job. I've never been exposed to it before. Well done.
Let's keep going though.
Okay. Work on you though. Well, because obviously I'm not manipulatable. Not like that. Okay. I'm trying to think of the order I want to do this in. Let me put together what I think Max's mind looks like. Okay? This is what I think. I think that Max is extremely narcissistic. And when I say narcissistic, what I mean by that is I don't know if Max can ever be wrong about anything. I don't know if he ever sees himself as being in the wrong. I think that if something happens and it is wrong, it's because other people either don't understand, or other people are trying to abuse him, or other people are making mistakes that just puts them outside of the ability to understand what's going on inside of his head. I've noticed this conversationally when he talks to people. He seems unwilling to ever back off a read he has on somebody. And I've noticed this when it comes to settling interpersonal drama with the stuff with Lex Friedman, or that professor that he blew up on his stream, or that he blew up on Twitter. It seems like he can't ever take any kind of feedback there. And I've noticed it, there's one more thing I was gonna say. I think, what was I gonna say? Professionally. It happens interpersonally. It happens during conversations. We're gonna get to me. That where, anytime something negative happens, it's always some other person's fault. It's always like another person that's making these mistakes. So I think the scary thing is that in Max's mind, Max is the hero of his own.
Okay. In your experience with Max, has it ever come off as when he does what Destiny's describing here, has it ever come off as like a defense mechanism shrouded in jokes? Because I know a lot of men do that, where like when they're wrong about something, they'll be like, fuck you, haha, I'm actually right, but they know they're wrong, and they're just kind of like making light of it.
What Destiny just did just there, or what Max does? Sorry.
What Destiny is describing Max is doing, as like when Destiny said like Max never views himself as wrong, he never takes criticism. It's pretty common among like male friends when they're criticized, their acceptance of the criticism is them saying, haha, fuck you, I'm right, in kind of like a jokey way. Does that sound like what Max does sometimes, or is it something different?
I actually don't find that Max does the escape through humor that much. I think because in part he like really would criticize it. It is a very classic thing men do in general. That I've like noticed it's like a distinctive, like I think all people do it, but I noticed that like the classic man thing, I'll be like, as soon as we're getting into like any level of like fifis, We like avoid through humor, which is like adaptive and functional. I don't feel like I've noticed Max doing it that much though, personally.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Sorry.
World, and nothing can get in the way of that. Like if he's on a mission, if he's on a crusade, he has to, like, he's the only one that can be tasked with figuring things out. And if you misunderstand, you just have to talk to like his most loyal fans. So they'll tell you. You're not smart enough to understand if you don't otherwise, right? So, damn, I'm trying to think of how much I can even say. A few days ago, I started to get a whole bunch of messages from people saying that, I'm not gonna say who, but it's been a lot of people that have been reaching out to me saying that Max has been contacting every single woman I've ever had in my Discord in the background, and a whole bunch of men trying to get lists of women that I've ever spoken to. And in his mind, he's built up this idea that I have essentially the following fetish.
That's a big oof.
That I approach a woman, I float the idea of her being on my stream if she fucks me, I fuck the woman, then I bring her on stream and I have my entire fan base attack her because I get off on that, and then I run her out of my community. And I think he's built almost this entire narrative off of mining Anna, personally, for stories and information. I don't know when they started talking, but I think that he's really good at talking to people and building them up in the ways that they want to be built up so that he can get the information from them that they want to give him. And yeah, him and Anna have been talking a lot in the background. He's got this archetype or narrative in his head for how I treat women on my stream. And he's also got Lav, who I guess Lav revealed that we hooked up. Now you know how fucking irritating it was. Every time she would claim that I'm only defending a woman because we hooked up with them, blah, 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 but I can't be public about the fact that we hooked up. So between him, Lav, and Anna, now he has in his head, he's built up this archetype in his head of this is what Steven does to people. I've got two women here who maybe feel abused or mistreated by his community. And then what he's doing is he's trying to find every other girl that I've spoken to see if that he could get like similar stories out of them. Now, I don't know how many women he's talked to so far, 10 or 20 or 30 or more. I know that he's been trying desperately to get in contact with people like Denims and Bad Bunny. I know that he's like messaged a ton of people asking for lists of women that I've spoken to. I know that when I found this out 2 days ago, I started going down my list of friends and right-clicking and doing the properties, and I suddenly started to notice that Mr. Girl was mutual friends with every single girl on my friends list that I've like ever spoken to. And I think what he's doing, and I can't prove this, I don't know, but if anybody wants to come forward to share, I think what he's doing is he's calling all of these people in the background, and I think that he's asking them through long conversations or trying to convince them that I'm doing something improper or wrong.
Wow.
This is extra frustrating for a few different...
That might be a spot.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Basically disgusting. I don't know how else to say it. Destiny is Max's lifeline for a career. So people trying to be like, Max is just trying to gain more clout. He's just going on another attack to save his career. I don't know if it's that simple. Max is convinced that he's the righteous moral crusader. And he holds to this, probably unhealthily, and he will do so at the cost of his career. I think that's evident because attacking Destiny, probably has, doesn't he use Destiny's like website formatting and all this sorts of stuff? Like, he's his last lifeline to YouTube. He made his career in a lot of ways. So I really do see it as like this moral crusade. But rather than giving his friend any level of benefit of the doubt, and not just like friend, like Destiny just said that he opened up. He said, I'm going to try doing friend shit because people told me that that's the right thing to do to be more of a human. So I opened up and was vulnerable with Max and Lav and a couple of other people. And so for Max to like know that, Max has ultimately regularly said that Steven is like shut down, that he's like got problems in his relationships. And then to do this behind Steven's back is like the ultimate betrayal of friendship in like a pretty extreme way. And I think it's gross. Like, I think it's actually really gross. And the problem is that like Max is not the champion for women. He was never be a champion that I would select for women. Every woman who has been on stream who has disagreed with them, he has aggressively attacked. I have been doxxed. I have had my work companies contacted by some of his crazy fans. I have had multiple of his fans from burner accounts send me nasty things to me and Steven. I've been attacked ruthlessly by his fans. And in large part, most of the questioning about my credentials comes in large part from Max, and a lot of people basically saying that I have no salt to stand on, that I have no credence to anything I say on psychology is in large part from him. He's basically implied that I am worse than a rape apologist within psychology and that clients aren't safe with me, right? Like, and this isn't just me. Then Brittany Simon disagreed with him on things. He went on the attack with her, right? The first time that like Stardust basically like put up a fucking boundary with him, he went on the attack with her and he started weaponizing her like previous life experiences against her to get the boundary to go down, which is she just said, I just like, I just need to cool down and blah, blah, blah. And to like make his major point. Like he has this consistent pattern with women that it's like, don't you fucking now use women's experiences to try to attack your friend because you're mad that you got banned on his Discord. Don't fucking do it. It's not a moral crusade. It's a petty fight that you're making worse, and it's fucking gross. It's insane to me. This is insane. I can't, like, this is worse than Vosh and Hassan combined. For sure.
I entirely agree with everything that you've said. Do you mind if I steel man the other side for a bit?
Sure. Go for it.
Okay. Going back to the start of the stream when I said something like, if you have a belief about the world, to you it's not a belief, it's the way the world is. If Max genuinely believed in his deepest heart of hearts that Destiny actually was some sort of abuser and he was going to go on what he thinks is actually a righteous crusade against women, against Destiny for all the women he's abused, and he's collecting all this evidence, it seems like this would be exactly how a person like that would behave. He would be calling these people and he would be talking to them and he'd be trying to understand what's going on. So it's not immediately obvious to me that he's just evil. He might actually believe this stuff delusionally.
The issue is if you believe in a self-lie to the extent that it does unabashed amount of damage to everyone around you, at what point do we not say, I don't know if I would still want to say evil. Evil is a really big word, but how do we not say this is obviously deeply wrong?
Yeah, I do tend to agree with you there. I mean, I'm trying to see it from his point of view.
I know, that's why I want you here. Fucking base Giga Chad Steel Manor.
and like even from his point of view, like let's say that Max actually believes this, and let's say he calls up a dozen of these women, and a dozen of these women are like, "No, man, everything's fine." I'm sure at least some of them have said that. If it actually has been 20 or 30 women, I'm sure at least a few of them have said things are fine. I think you reach a point where enough evidence independent of your own biases and your own viewpoint, your own subjectivity, and enough real world evidence starts to stack up that maybe you start questioning your hypothesis.
Right. I guess basically I would say like there are reasonable beliefs and unreasonable beliefs. And a rational actor must be held account for their unreasonable beliefs, particularly if your unreasonable beliefs are being targeted and aimed towards somebody that you claimed I will never betray you and who you claimed is a good friend of yours and that you love, right? This is not what love looks like. And like, here's the thing. Let's assume that he does think that this is going on. When you love somebody and they're doing a really bad thing, that a loving person still addresses the behavior. I'm not saying that if he actually thinks that this is going on, that he should just yes man and dismiss it. Let's assume in the worst case that he because I believe that he does believe this to some degree, and he actually is worried that there's like an abuse pattern that's being established here. Mm-hmm. But this is also a friend that you love. So the question is, if you're actually thinking in any way about a person that you love and the victims, and being responsible with the enormity of the claims that you're trying to make and putting together, a reasonable actor does not act in this way. This to me looks like petulant behavior driven by anger and motivated thinking to construe a narrative based on his unreasonable belief in a situation.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Max is either...
That or Max is crazy enough to just be disregarded. But if we're going to take his claims seriously at all, then we have to seriously look at how he's behaving. And if you're making this size of claim against somebody you claim that you love with potentially sexual abuse allegations of multiple women, you owe it to the women and to your friend to be as maximally responsible as possible. And in no way is this maximally responsible.
Okay. I think my brain just expanded a size or two here. Okay. Okay.
All right.
One of the Yudowskian things that I learned when I was studying that sort of stuff was an argument that he called privileging the hypothesis. And privileging the hypothesis, it goes something like this. Okay. It's something like let's say you live in a city with 1 million people, okay? And then a murder happens in the city.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's your job to figure out who's the murderer. And you have no evidence at all. You have no evidence about who could the murderer be. And then you decide to say, I think it's you, Dev. You point the finger at me. You're the murderer. And I'm like, oh, I'm the murderer. You're pointing me out. I'm the murderer. With no proof at all. You just have a hypothesis that it might be me.
Mm-hmm.
But then it comes out later that a witness saw that the murderer had brown hair, and I have brown hair. So now you're like, oh, my hypothesis was correct. Dev has brown hair. I think he's the murderer. The murderer had brown hair. And so now you start investigating, and you start finding more evidence that pins me as the murderer. Now, in reality, I wasn't the murderer. But because you started with a faulty hypothesis, your investigation is going to naturally lead you in a way that makes you think like you're getting at the truth, but you're actually not.
Yes. And so this is why I would say you're not being, in that case, you're engaging in motivated thinking. If you actually want to take a charge of murder seriously or sexual abuse seriously, you need to do better thinking than that. And you're responsible for being a fool in your process. For example, if he genuinely thought that this was serious, why didn't he approach women who he knows that he has contention with and is maybe somewhat more warm towards Destiny to vet the opposing side? For example, why didn't he approach me or somebody else who's maybe more friendly, right? It's very marked, the women that are getting included by like at least Lav and Max. That to me is extremely suspicious and begs that there is motivated thinking, if not intentionally being done, horrifically, irrationally done to a level that is basically disregardable. And if it is intentionally done and he realizes that there are certain people who will not yes man his story and he's not approaching them, now you're a malicious actor.
Yeah. So you see this a lot in like the YouTube video essayist community, where people will find they will find evidence, real evidence that suits their views, and they'll present that evidence in a very responsible way. But evidence that specifically goes against their views, they won't present it at all. They'll pretend it doesn't exist. And so they go down one tree of logic, and they come to correct conclusions, and they have correct ideas, but they're completely ignoring everything else that is also true that causes them problems. And when it comes to a more serious thing like this, where you're accusing somebody of something, you kind of have to have you have to explore all the ways in which you might be wrong before you start like going on the warpath. You know what I mean? And if you don't, then it seems like you have a preset idea that you're privileging the hypothesis.
Right.
You know, that's what this area of the internet that I'm in calls it.
Which is why it's very good that you're here to steel man against me, because I want to be as doing my best, but to
thanks
not
very
do
much.
that.
I'm glad it's useful.
Acknowledge my biases. Number one, I've had a growing frustration with Max. I extended him a massive margin of error, even after he treated me horrifically twice and then refused to engage with me on anything but the thing where he wanted to basically berate me over. And I was still charitable towards him. In fact, I did a documentary still speaking decently warmly about him. And then I watched how he treated Stardust. And then I watched how he treated Steven in the past stuff. And I will admit, I have a strong disdain for him now. So I am definitely biased against Max. And Steven is a good friend of mine. Genuinely a good friend. Like on and off stream. And no, we're not fucking sexual. It's very hard to find platonic, mature, older streamers to be friends with. I'm sure you probably know that personally. And so I think they somewhat cling to one another.
It is less of a problem with me because I'm a guy, but I do know what you mean, yeah.
Yeah. Brittany Syme is another person that I would say I'm personally friends with off stream as well. She's very, very mature and whatnot.
Really? She seems like she's kind of out there.
She's got strange ideas, but she's like a very good person, like a deeply, deeply good person. She's got some bad ideas, and like there's certain things where I can be like, "Hey, Brittany, like fuck, don't say that shit." Like Jesus.
Yeah.
But she does care. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry.
Sure. Yep.
Everyone's like, we're like an hour behind now.
Reasons. One is because there are some people that Mr. Girl, I think, can only confront because of very personal and very private information that I've told him. So he's taken that information and he's basically used it to lie to other people or attack me in the background, which is very frustrating because it's very rare that I share a secret with somebody. I don't have very many.
Wait, hold on.
So he's taken girl I think can only confront because of very personal and very private information that I've told him. So he's taken that information and he's basically used it to lie to other people or attack me in the background, which is very frustrating because it's very rare that I share a secret with somebody. I don't have very
Did you hear that?
Yep, that's pretty rough.
Fuck,
pretty rough.
this is even worse. Fuck, everything. I'm like trying to be like, let's try to hear the other side, but holy fuck. Can you imagine somebody with trust issues finally opens up, tells you very personal information, and then you weaponize that against them elsewhere in a private space? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Does Destiny have trust issues? I don't know that about him.
I would say so. I would say any streamer who lasts in this space for too long has probably pretty big trust issues.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't. I mean, I've been here for a while, and I've had multiple cancelings and backstabbings. But I mean, I can. You know what? Maybe I'm just unique. I consider everyone I talk to a friend until they show me they're not a friend. So I have many friends. And
also,
the world's better that way when I have many friends.
Just to be clear, I feel like somebody just said, did you say Brittany has bad ideas? I don't think actually Brittany has bad ideas. I think that she has ideas that she doesn't always communicate super well, so people understand them. But actually, a lot of her ideas are really, really interesting and smart and cool. So, yeah.
Oh, sounds neat.
Yeah.
Many. So that's one thing that's very irritating. And then two, because I think I was genuinely like a pretty good friend to Max and Lav, although I guess they both don't feel that way because my subreddit shit on them for a while. But like, yeah, I'm not sure. I guess in the future, I need to write like strict rules for, how people are going to interact with me on stream or something, because I guess if the subreddit is mean to them for a few days, they're going to lose their fucking minds.
I guess a quick steel man I could probably insert here is something like a lot of, whenever you have like viewers interacting with streamers or small YouTubers interacting with large YouTubers, there's definitely a knee-jerk reaction that's pretty common that if the personality themselves treats you well, but their audience treats you poorly, that reflects on the personality. And I don't think that's fair, but I think it's common.
Yeah, and there's this trick where like, how much are you accountable to your community? Like, how much is the community a reflection of you? Because I think it is to some extent a reflection of you. The issue is that Destiny is somebody who's very critical. He's critical of his friends, and he's critical of the world, and he tends to be very open about that. I mean, I remember like one of the first times we had like a chat, like one-on-one, he was like, I need you to be warned that I'm a big asshole. So like, I don't want to mince words about that. It's super fair if that's like not for you, but I'm not going to pretend. Just, I really want you to understand that. And that's like, I've watched a bit of your content. I'm fully aware that you're an asshole. Right? He's very, very blunt and dry and like prone to criticism and not very prone to compliments as well. Right. Because in many ways, this is a projection of Steven. He doesn't find compliments meaningful, and he finds criticisms helpful and interesting and kind of fun. Right. And so like, he only offers what he kind of appreciates. But the problem is that that's not the same for everyone else, which he realizes, but it's hard to operate outside of your own, like, essentially, quote unquote, love language.
That sounds kind of like me too, but I do like compliments from my girlfriend at least. That's nice.
That's true.
But yeah, like I also someone who like,
I also love
when
Naomi compliments me.
Oh, okay. I see how it is.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so bad and sad.
That entire fucking stream with Erudite was fucking disgusting, where he's pushing you to share shit with him to prove that you love him. Yeah, it's pretty weird. But I think at the end of the day, I think that he's just like, again, highly narcissistic, highly manipulative, and yeah, that's just what he does. How many different people did you confirm that he contacted? I'm not going to release numbers because I don't really want him to know what I know. Is he doing this because of the subreddit stuff? I don't really know what flipped the switch in his mind. Do you have any evidence or receipts? I have a ton of evidence and a ton of receipts, of course. I'm not going to go public with something like this with somebody that shady without obviously having some idea what's actually going on in the background.
Manifesto time.
Oh.
I don't really want to quote any of these in particular because I don't want him to know who sent me stuff, but he's used phrases alluding to the fact that I like very carefully choose which women I want to victimize. He's repeated this pattern that like my goal is to abuse women by bringing them on stream and having my community make fun of them after I fucked them. You had Lav today alluding to the fact that I guess I'm Harvey Weinstein on stream because I have sex with a lot of people that come through my community, which I mean I do, but the way that I always kind of saw it going in my head is if anybody ever tried to Me Too me, all I would ever say to that person is like, hey, listen, oh, you think I was improper? Okay, well, leak all of our DMs. Or if you don't want to, I will leak our entire DM history. Because I always figure that, like, obviously, I usually have really candid conversations about like my expectations for people, like sexually or whatever. So like here, like for instance, these are messages that I sent back to Lav in August, okay? Early August. I don't know how many months ago that is. So like I'll literally say things like, oh, hey, just because you've been on stream more and whatnot, I know we've had some kind of sexual conversations in the past, but you being on my stream or the way that I interact with you never has anything to do with any of that kind of stuff. Just being clear on that. She says something and I say, I'm just saying, don't feel like any of your interactions are contingent on anything like that. You're fine doing whatever. Just don't want you to feel like I'm keeping you around for anything related to sex, etc. Like I usually have very, very, very explicit conversations with almost everybody about stuff like this. I'll say it. I've said it a million times. If anybody out there, any woman ever feels like I'm being improper, feel free to like show in DMs where I'm pressuring you or grooming you or doing weird shit like that. Those DMs don't exist because it doesn't happen. The only thing that I'm a little bit worried about when it comes to Max is because he's so manipulative. The struggle that I have is that I think he probably could get like.
I actually want to speak to this. So a lot of people assume that we're having sex, which I will never fully be able to dispel. I actually want to say there was one moment where we flirted a little bit in like very low key, and I imagine he won't care about this. And then he immediately was like, hey, just so you know, I don't know what the boundaries are, and I want to be really careful because I realize you're married and I don't want to make you or Nick uncomfortable at any point. So I just need you to like explicitly tell me like where the boundaries and lines are. And I was like, oh yeah, Nick and I think that like flirting is like just another form of like kind of social communication. It would probably never go beyond that for me personally. So like that would be basically my line is there's like never, this would never escalate to anything ever. And I would never want it assumed on the table, more or less. And he was like, okay, based. And now we don't even do that. We're just actually just like fully platonic friends.
Right. Yeah. Can you rewind it to 30 seconds if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Just being clear on that. Okay, early August. I don't know how many months ago that is. So like I'll literally say things like, oh, hey, just because you've been on stream more and whatnot, I know we've had some kind of sexual conversations in the past, but you being on my stream or the way that I interact with you never has anything to do with any of that kind of stuff. Just being clear on that. She says something and I say, I'm just saying, don't feel like any of your interactions are contingent on anything like that. You're fine doing whatever. Just don't want you to feel like I'm keeping you around for anything related to sex, etc. Like I usually have very, very, very explicit conversations with almost everybody about stuff like this. I'll say it. I've said it a million times. If anybody out there, any woman ever feels like I'm being improper, feel free to like show in DMs where I'm pressuring you or grooming you or doing weird shit like that. Those DMs don't exist because it doesn't happen. The only thing that I'm a little bit worried about when it comes to Max is because he's.
It's a strange phenomenon, but I've had at least a dozen people over the course of since my channel, hit over 100,000 subs. At least a dozen people send me nudes unprompted. And it's always very strange. I don't know how to deal with that. Like it's like okay, that's Giga Chat. I got some nudes, but like in actuality, it's very strange. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to say. And there you can't. There's a power dynamic that comes with when you're talking to someone that you look up to. That I think there may be some personality types of people or some types of people. Some people. They're just going to always feel coerced even if you're not trying to, So generally, and I've learned that through a few bad experiences of my own, so I generally just like don't reply. Just out of safety, If it's not somebody I know, if it's just like a random nude drop, I'm just like, nope, not going to reply to that. Because I could be like, oh, that's great, send me some more, and then they might feel pressured to do it. Or I could say like, oh, thank you, or oh, don't send me that. And it feels like nothing I can say is ever a good thing to say, because it might be the kind of person who I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm,
you get it?
I do understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So I don't know. I guess even then though, like it doesn't really excuse any of this behavior, but it may be the case that some people just by virtue of interacting with Destiny feel pressured, even if he's not being pressuring.
Yes. I understand that. The problem is at some point when consent is being negotiated explicitly, if you're still feeling some sort of way and the other actor has shown to you that they're very comfortable with an explicit exchange, it's fundamentally on you to voice out. And I know that sounds like a little like been blaming, but the reality is like, I literally can't imagine a world because first of all, because of Steven's trust issues, there's no world in which a girl would text and be like, just, I'm feeling a little bit pressured, like sexually, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this, where Steven would ever be like, what do you mean? Come on. Like, I can't even picture it. And to be honest, if it had happened, so many people hate this motherfucker that it would have been leaked by now. Like you would be the most popular girl on the internet, like overnight if you had that fucking content. The reality is like, I'm sure he's very aware of optics. Seems like he's very intense about consent. And he's pretty explicit about consent as well. So it's just like at some point, if you're still feeling like some level of innate pressure, it is on you to voice that or to step away. Like you have to negotiate this with it. Yes.
By the way, you paused at the greatest frame.
That is a good frame.
Look at that face.
Let's go.
So manipulative. The struggle that I have is that I think he probably could get like 2 or 3 girls like fucked out of their head and like try to get them on stream. It's like, oh yeah, actually, you know, when I think about this, this kind of feels like really bad because his community made fun of me or some shit. And even if I have a really good response, if I get like 3 or 4 girls in a row that all have these types of like emotional stories, it just makes me look bad no matter what. I will say that it's extra frustrating that Max is trying to do to me basically what Cherry and Stardust did to him, except on a much lesser level, where he like talks to people, hypes them up, tries to convince them that they were abused, and then tries to get them out. I also think it's really gross that despite me and Anna's past shit, me and Anna have been like relatively chill, I think, for like the past year. I haven't had any complaints about her, no problems or whatever. Obviously, I think she did bad shit in the past. She thinks I've done bad shit in the past. I haven't really had any problems with her for I don't know, for like a year or more. But Max has been talking to her a lot in the background now, and I noticed that she's starting to echo a lot of what Max has told her to me and to other people in DMs. So basically, her, Max, and Lav have been running around in DMs in the background, basically talking to a ton of people to try to see if there are people that I've like sexually abused or manipulated or anything like that. But
there's another really big thing here that like this is kind of, there's this really weird misnomer around ethics specifically where people feel like if something is risky, it's inherently also unethical. The issue is riskiness isn't inherently unethical. It's only unethical if you take a risk and it ends really poorly for somebody. Now it is retroactively unethical and you're going to be in big fucking shit. But also sometimes people will take risks and it will work out very well for all better things. So like power differentials creates a risky situation. There is a little bit more complex unspeakable factors that even if you gain explicit consent always exist in this kind of abstract amorphous thing that you can't navigate. The reality though is that power dynamics in sexual relationships do and can exist all the time, and a lot of times it's completely healthy. For example, a very common power differential relationship is men who have sex and date women, because there is always a power differential between the muscle and physical capacity of a man compared to a woman. But that doesn't make it unethical that the man is having sex with the woman, and it doesn't make it a problem that they form a relationship. It means that there's a higher responsibility on the person with the greater power in specifically that dynamic to be extra scrupulous and responsible, but that doesn't mean that the relationship in and of itself is unethical because there's a power differential. And I really fucking hate that this has been like this weird construction. It's so fucking weird. The only relationships that are objectively obviously unethical are when there are codified practices that make it clear that sexual interactions cannot happen here, because at that point you're being unethical because you're breaching a codified ethic that everyone has agreed to.
I can kind of explain this, but it might take a long time and it might be too much of a derail. Because yeah, maybe I can just TLDR it without like going into super detail. There's a component of political theory on the left that basically does define risk and does define differences in comparative power, and it even defines the very concept of negotiation as being unethical. And there's a whole wing of political theory on this, and they describe why and they describe how. And it's extremely toxic because who the fuck actually thinks like this in real life? Mm-hmm. But there's a political component to this. And then that political component, if you believe in this sort of politics, it does filter down into other things like sexual consent, for example. But yeah, it would be like it's already getting late and it's kind of a derailment. Maybe it's a conversation we could talk about another time.
Yeah, we should throw it in our chat and then pin it so that we remember. Because every time we're like, let's chat, we're like, what are we talking about?
But because there is like a political science component of this conversation where it's like there's some political writers that have delegitimized the very notion of compromise and every interaction with any other person, unless you're complete pure equals in all ways, is non-consensual. It's a crazy line of politics.
Insane. It's insane, and it's actually so bad for it. Like, it's brain rot. It's actual brain rot. But yeah, okay. Let's. I'll write that in our chat.
I'll put it. Yeah, I'll put it in a text file or something.
Do you regret giving Mr. Girl a career? I don't know. I'm actually really surprised at this. I'm not gonna lie. feel like Max has so much to lose. So I don't think I'll pull the plug on his site because I'm just not that kind of person. Although I think if I did, I don't think anybody would think that I was in the wrong to do so. Like, I can see his income. I see like everything he does on the back end of his site that is like running my shit. Like, I could have just pulled the plug on that. I don't know why. I don't know why he would think it like. But then I guess even just saying that, does that make me sound abusive? Like, I have no idea. I don't know what the expectations are. Something that I was going to go off on. Related to the conservative shit is that I'm really, really, really tired, and this has like been wearing me down a lot over the past few months. The reason why I have good conversations with people is because I have to try exceedingly hard to meet them where they're at, which is oftentimes years behind me in terms of emotional maturity. And it is a struggle day in and day out to baby walk people like Lav or Mr. Girl through conversations to show them like, this is why everybody hates you. This is why you're contradicting yourself. This is why you're wrong here. And to be doing that at the same time that they're like constantly attacking me and shitting on me when I'm applying like every fucking ounce of good faith and charitability I possibly can to these people. And then they're like turning around and like calling me an abuser or saying that I'm this or that is very fucking frustrating to me. I'll probably go back to my bunker in a day or two, and I'll probably try to like reconsider the amount of charitability that I extend to people because that's a huge burden. Are you afraid that he would leak your secret? I mean, like he might. The thing that sucks is that like technically none of these leaks really hurt me. They just hurt other people who want to keep their business secret, which I'll always respect. If other people want to keep their business secret, I'm always cool with that. But I mean, I guess at this point it's up to those two who seem like they have no boundaries for any of that now. But yeah, the Mr. Girl Shaylin Lab stuff is incredibly fucking creepy. I'm assuming that Shaylin is a victim of Max instead of assuming that she has any agency at all. That's just the assumption I have because she's so caught in his orbit. But the Max conversation with Lav was actually unbelievable.
You've been sexting consistently with Anna for a year.
Me and Anna don't have any problems. We're fine.
You have been sexting consistently with Anna for a year.
Oh my god.
He jumps in.
No.
Sorry,
No,
did I just blast your ears?
I thought he jumped into our call.
You're like, where is he? Where is he?
I was like, wait a second, what? What?
That's true.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
I was about to make a joke and say I have been sexting with Anna, but somebody's going to clip that and take it out of context. I have not been sexting with Anna, just so it's clear.
Okay,
Everything you say.
He just jumped into Destiny's call. Okay.
Oh, he's so loud too. Holy shit, he's so fucking loud. Is it okay on your ears? It's blasting mine.
Yeah. Is he doing like the infrahaz thing where he's like cranking his mic up to make sure he can be heard?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Destiny always asks people to turn their mics down like 15%. So I think it's in part like Destiny stuff is probably turned up a little bit. Okay.
About her is a lie.
Max, what have I said about her that's a lie? Tell me.
That she stalked you.
She did stalk me.
That she locked. Okay, then why are you sexting with her still?
We're cool. We've been cool for a year, Max.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you've been sexting with her for a year.
Yeah, we've had on and off, sure.
Consistently,
Wait,
this entire
hold on.
time.
I don't know what consistent every single day. No.
What?
Is this him admitting that he's doing sex stuff again with Anna?
Yes.
What I know about the Anna story kind of sounded like he was never going to do that again because she kind of went a bit unhinged.
Sounds like they worked their stuff out.
All right.
The reality is like, I don't know. I'm not going to comment on it at all because I don't know
fair enough.
What's public
Just
and what's not.
From a complete outsider's point of view, it sounded like this was somebody that it would be wise to never do anything with again. But I guess he does what he's gonna do. So
yeah.
But Max, listen to me. Do you understand that we've been fine for a year?
When you say we've been fine, that includes that you've been sexting for a year.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so when you're saying that she is locking you in the basement of her mind, or that she's this traumatic stalker person who's your victim, you have all these people.
Max, can you acknowledge that I haven't said anything bad about her for a year? I said we've been fine. I've said that over.
The last time I talked to you about her, like 2 weeks ago or 16 days ago or something, you said that she locked you in the basement of her mind and it was a traumatic experience for you.
Yeah, because a year or two ago she spent 2 years nonstop talking about me, no matter what I did. You understand that was a year ago. If you pull up clips on my stream, ever since I moved to Miami, I've always said, me and Anna are cool. It's chill. Like, she used to be, I would say, a stalker, or she used to be like whatever, but we're cool. We've been fine for like a year, literally.
Okay, so the fact that you've been sexting with her is already absorbed into your narrative about this?
Do you think that changes anything?
Yes, absolutely. I think it...
Okay, have I talked shit about her this past year?
Yes, the last time I talked to you, you said that she locked you in the basement of her mind.
Locked me in the past. In the past, Max.
Oh, okay.
Why? Tell me, Max, why hasn't Anna come forward with any of this information now? Can you tell me, or do you want me to tell everybody why?
I don't want to speak on her behalf.
Okay, I will. It's because she said she literally wants to remain friends with me. And she said that. And I've had that conversation multiple times. Are you sure you want to be friends? Are you sure okay with this? And she's like, yeah, this is fine. It's cool. She talks to me. We talk about her shit. Sometimes she loops on stream. Sometimes she talks about her fucking loops. Like, yeah, that's fine. But that's why she won't go public, is because she's literally told you, and I know she's told you this. And she's told me this. Like, yeah, I still want to be friends with you. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I don't really care that much. That's fine. That's cool. You got a problem? She loops. Sometimes she talks to me about it, and then that's it.
Okay.
You built your entire narrative on this one story. And again, to repeat, I'm going to ask you for the third time. Hold on. This entire narrative that I'm like abusing women sexually. But I'm going to ask you again. Have I said anything bad about her over the past year? I've said in the past things were bad, but this whole year...
I have seen the logs, dude. I have seen her asking you, hey, why are you calling me a stalker on stream? What's going on? Why is this happening?
But I haven't when she gets into her loops, but I don't call her a stalker. I said she used to.
And then within two more lines, you're saying you're sending her videos.
It depends. Our conversations move back and forth, sure.
Okay, so
hold on. Have you seen any of the conversation? Wait, let me ask. Have you seen the conversation? Like, hey, do you want to be friends? Do you not want to be friends? Do you want to do this? But like, yeah, we've had plenty of conversations, and you can go and ask her. Where, hey, hold on, because I know the narrative you're trying to sell. Where she's explicitly saying,
what narrative am I trying to sell? What did I say?
That I'm keeping her on like some weird like sexually abusive string. When I've asked her plenty of times, like, do you still want to talk? Do you want to do whatever? And she's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, okay, well, as long as you want to, sure, that's fine. But I haven't shit talked her on stream. Sometimes she loops on her stream about me. I don't respond to it on my stream, and I say everything's cool, like we're pretty chill, and then boom, that's it.
Well, the narrative I have is that while she is getting publicly dogpiled by your community and is labeled as a stalker,
why is she getting publicly dogpiled by my community?
She's labeled as a crazy person and a stalker that no one is allowed to talk about, and Lav even mentioning her to you made you threaten to cut Lav off permanently.
Why is she considered a crazy person in my community?
That's not I'm not answering that question. That's not what I'm talking about.
It is. It's important because you're blaming it implicitly on me. Me and Anna have talked about this before.
It is a fact.
It doesn't matter, Max. It matters where the facts come from. So something that Anna...
It is a fact that Anna is labeled as a stalker in your community.
Okay, hold on. I'm muting you for a second, okay? So what's happened is when Anna goes live on her stream and then she starts looping, that gets attention on places like Kiwi Farms. Oh, he left. Okay. Easy. Boom.
So is it possible that the difference between them is that Max feels like Destiny is far more responsible for the actions of his community than Destiny feels like he is?
Yes, he basically thinks that Destiny needs to... So here's the issue. I don't know what specifically he wants Destiny to do, other than basically never levy criticisms at any of his friends. Because in fairness, when Destiny criticizes somebody, a lot of people in DGG very much respect him. So if there is an element where Destiny can frame the structure of the narrative, right? So if he says, Erudite is a stupid bitch who fakes her credentials, the reality is that I would need a huge burden of proof to really try to undo the structure of that narrative, because people respect his opinion. They know that he checks his sources, which means this is why like Destiny's valuable in this space, is when he says something is some way, people tend to give it a lot of gravity, because he's not somebody who says something is just some way and he doesn't have fucking receipts for what he's talking about, right? And so this is why there's this tricky thing of when he labels somebody with a criticism, it fucking punches home, because there's a lot of weight there. The problem is that that's not necessarily an expression of his toxic community attacking people. It's the respect that he's gained from his community, that when he's willing to levy a criticism, his community goes, okay, that's got to be fucking right then. That's the issue. That's what's really going on, that I don't think they've like sussed out the like nuance within there of like what's going on. And the issue is that, what if he's right most of the time, right? It doesn't feel nice to have certain criticisms levied against you, but I've never heard him make a criticism against Max or Lav that wasn't very legitimate. So,
yeah, I'm on board with what you're saying. Yeah,
you're failing me on the Steelman, man. Just kidding.
So, well, I mean, it's kind of hard at this point.
You're like, I can't Steelman insanity, okay?
Like the best Steelman that I could think of is that maybe Max thinks that Destiny is way more responsible for the actions of his community than he does, and so Max is coming in and saying, you need to stop your community from doing this. But even then, like, I don't even agree with that point of view. So it's hard. It's hard. It's hard this time.
Yeah.
Interrupt every time to sell a false narrative or changes fucking lies to manipulate. There was like a point in time where it was almost the case that like Anna publicly had like redeemed herself. Like we were on like a panel, everything was chill, everything was cool, and then she like and then she just keeps looping. But he just wanted to drop that bomb and leave. True. I wonder if he's gonna have any luck getting any of the other fucking 20 girls that he's trying to contact to flip against me. Jesus. He literally does not know that everyone saw the entire history of Anna. Yeah, the problem is that he thinks that she has a bad reputation in my community because of me, but that's not the case. Like I literally banned all mentions of like talking to her loops, reacting to her loops, or anything like that. Yeah, for the most part, like we didn't talk about her except for whenever she would go like on her like crazy loops or whatever. I'm trying to think if I should read any of the This was some of the messages that he was sending to other people. If Anna gives me permission, I can prove that almost everything Destiny said about her is a lie. He's mentioned to people, I have to move fast because Steven is in full attack mode on me. When I haven't attacked him at all on stream ever. I think he's just mad because I'm reacting to his videos where he's talking to Lab about me. Oh, this is where he paints out the, this is the Destiny pattern. 1, bring on female orbiter. 2, fuck her. 3, trash her with the community. And 4, discard her. I would like to stop this from happening. but I don't think I can do it unless Anna's willing to come forward.
Oh, this is the shit Max does. This is what I said. He feels some sort of way. He's mad because Destiny's not defending him. He got banned from his Reddit, and he feels like because Destiny won't defend him that he can't be on Destiny's stream anymore. And that hurts him because he's like, this is my friend, and I feel very hurt. And now he's creating this massive narrative. See, what happened to me is happening to all the other girls. I'm just like every other girl here. You know, I have a good relationship with him. You know, we get really intimate and close. And then I disagree with him once. And then he sticks his attack dogs on me. And then he kicks me out of the community. And it's just like, none of this shit fucking happened. This is all your feelings. And now you're turning your feelings into a fucking moral crusade. Gross.
It seems, it seems, I'm trying to kind of process this in my head a little bit because it's going to sound very strange and probably very wrong, but I think I'm correct. Like everyone does this to an extent. You know, it's if we're here, the ultimate black pill, the purest form black pill, is that all evidence is ultimately just an argument from authority because you weren't there and you don't know. You're hoping that the university that you get your study from is legit. You're hoping that the report of this video wasn't completely faked. You're hoping, like, everything's an argument from authority. Do you trust the source that has sent this to you? Unless you've experienced it, it's an argument from authority. That's the ultimate black pill, the ultimate skeptical position. And Max is doing, like, an emotional version of this, if that makes sense to you, where because he feels a way, that's the reality, and there's no room for anything else.
Yeah. There's it's just him in his position, right? It's like that moral, that moral and intellectual righteousness. I mean, I was like looking at like his fucking, I don't know if you ever saw his tweet that he made when he was declaring war, but he like, it's like, I don't know what the fuck has happened, but he like basically is like, if people watch my work and they don't get me, it's because they're intellectually inferior or they're too afraid to dive into this stuff. And my fans, they're like my little knights. They're my little knights who get me, and they creep into all the other Discords and Reddits and they explain me because they see me. And now my knights are getting banned and killed left and right. And so there's no one left to defend my name. And it's like, why do you need to be defended? Like, why are you entitled to this? You literally said parasociality is bad, and you're calling your fucking fans your little knights who get you and protect you. Like, what the fuck? I don't even understand. I even disagree with his like view of parasociality, but like, holy fuck, for somebody who's so anti-parasociality, what the fuck are you doing mobilizing your units? Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
So I was only like 75% saying what I was trying to say. I think I have the rest of it. The rest of it is something like, oh fuck, what was the name of the guy? I can't remember the name of the guy. It was a philosophy paper, 2009. Sargon and Taftaj have both talked about it before and sent it to me. I forget the name. I know the idea. The idea is that all of morality based is just simply what feels good. Not feels like pleasurable. I mean, like, feels what is the good. You know, like if you're taking a moral position, if you boil it down, it's just going to be your moral intuitions, and that's it. It's not Jonathan Haidt, but it's kind of similar to his ideas. And so like you get let's say more on the left than the right. You get people who say that they're consequentialists. Jesus Christ, consequentialists, where they're only interested in consequences and not rules. You know, does this create good ends? That's my moral system. And it's like, well, no, it's not, because how do you judge what makes a good end good? And that's just going to boil down to how you feel, right? So you might have a consequentialist, socialist, atheist living in the West who says we should not kill gay people because killing gay people is bad and wrong, and that's a bad end. And then you might have a consequentialist, ISIS radical Muslim living in the Middle East who's throwing gays off rooftops, and you ask him, well, what are you doing? He says, this is a good end, because in terms of my moral framework, more dead gay people is moral for me. So even the way of calculating morality already presupposes a huge amount of normativity.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get to a point where if all of morality really just is how you intuitively feel, and you just fully embrace and accept that, there's no way to like argue a person like this out of their position.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be like, oh, I don't feel that. You say, well, hold on, this is bad. He goes, I don't feel that. You're wrong about this. Well, I don't feel that.
Yeah.
And it seems like maybe Max has taken some very strong black pills on the moral question.
Yeah, I can't decide his like moral framework because it feels like, because I agree that most people do kind of what you're saying. I think there are rare exceptional people who really do try to think about moral frameworks, and they do their best to hold themselves to it despite how they feel in that moment, right? And I find those people incredibly respect-worthy because they're decently rare, and it's hard to do yourself,
Yes,
right?
I agree, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
deplatforming's bad until all of a sudden you fucking hate that fucking piece of shit and you want them deplatformed, right? Doxing's bad until you just want to dox them to fucking get back at them. And I think this is the issue, is like, I don't know if Max has a moral code, but he claimed to have really important ethical principles that he lived by. And the problem is that I feel like he's just lied or given up on them, or he's like post hoc trying to like rationalize that he's still operating from within them. I'm not really sure.
Well, I think he still does, but I think what that moral code is basically just what he intuits as right, without any sort of like actual rational processing behind it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, my gut says this is bad, so it's bad. And to him, it's objectively bad because his gut tells him so. And to be fair, that's how a lot of people do this sort of thing. I mean, that's how I do this sort of thing, and I think it's normal.
Yeah.
It's not good. I do try to like I'm a free speech extremist. I think free speech is good, even speech that I don't like. Because I try to hold myself to some sort of more objective standard. But even then, like, that presupposes a normativity where you care about objective standards,
Right. Which a lot
So
of people say that they do, but they don't. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe Max is just more honest about it. Maybe he just like, yeah, I don't care. My morality is that I want things to be partial to me. Maybe that's his moral code.
Right. Most people don't value. It's not even like objective morality. It's like consistent morality. Most people seem to like not value consistent moral reality very much. Like, okay for me and not for thee is kind of the go-to.
Yeah.
If you need to go at any time, I know you said in an hour, and I worried that was an hour ago. So if you need to go at any time.
That was half an hour ago, and with the magic of wireless headphones, I slipped out and talked to Naomi, and she gave me a very stern look, and she was like, I understand. Here, just hold on a second, okay? Okay. Wait. Naomi! Erudite wants to know how much longer I can go. Give me a time. Did you hear that?
No, I did not hear that.
She gave me an hour.
Okay.
So we're good.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I love you. She's very unimpressed right now.
Should we be very good and I'm going to force you to get off in half an hour so that she's pleasantly surprised by your earliness?
Maybe. I know that there's at least some of my viewers in the chat, and they all know about Naomi and what she's like. She's been on my channel a whole bunch. They know the dynamic.
Okay.
Oh, it was this message. He's starting the anti-Mr. Girl hate train pretty hardcore now. To be clear, I never even really said anything about him except for reacting to the videos that he was doing with, this is exactly what Lav said. Yeah, because Max has sold this message to Lav and to Anna, and probably to Shaylin too. So like all of them are on 100% the same page when it comes to, I guess me being this like crazy manipulative abuser or whatever. This is him. He keeps messaging all these people. He's like, I'm trying to, but none of these girls are getting back to me because nobody's responding to his insane fucking shit. A lot of these people like are coming to me and messaging me like, hey, this guy's like messaging me, asking me weird stuff. He seems to have this idea that I'm like,
yeah, see, so that should be, if you're somebody.
You think he's nuking for content or he actually believes this narrative? No, I think that for Mr. Girl in his mind, I think he actually believes all.
Wait a second. Okay, yeah, sorry. If you are somebody who wasn't just privileging the hypothesis and you really were trying to figure out the truth, objective from your own perceptions, if a dozen of the girls say, what are you talking about? That should be the moment where you stop and think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the fact that he didn't probably shows what's going on.
Yeah. Man, I wish I could show you my DMs. My DMs are blowing up. I'm getting so distracted because people are like sending me this and this, and they're like, "Here's this clip. Here's the verbatim thing that you need to be aware of." Blah blah blah. And I'm like, I don't know how to play 90 chess.
Can you say who's DMing you, or is it?
Nah, not
is
a
that
shot.
private?
No shot.
Okay.
I don't want to pull
Can-
anyone in that doesn't want to be pulled in. Everyone can make public declarations on their own at their own time.
Yep, fair enough.
I'm
fair
just
enough.
explaining to you because everyone probably notices me getting like distracted and me being a bad interlocutor, and I do genuinely apologize. But there's like been a couple people needing my help with a couple of things, so yeah.
I haven't noticed anything. It's all right. Can you say if are these like streamers or personalities, or are these just random people? Can you say that or no?
I'm not even gonna say that. It's a whole.
Okay.
It's a whole. I'll say it's a mixture of all of the above.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you
genuinely
want
is
to-
a mixture of all of the above.
So I'm extremely curious. If you want to type them to me, I won't reveal.
No,
You don't have to. You don't have to.
No, that's okay.
I'm open to accepting the information if you decide.
You're like, I'm nosy, but I won't be pushy.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
absolutely.
gonna. Yeah, I appreciate that, but I'm gonna say no. Sorry. As a fellow
Sounds good.
nosy person, I understand though.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Of this. I think that he really does believe, because in the mind of a narcissist, you're never wrong. He thinks that he's like the hero, like saving these people from the ashes or some shit. Chat asked Lav for an example of one thing they disagree on, and she paused for like a minute before going on a tangent about gender identity that she said they'd probably agree on but haven't talked about. Oh, Lav has been obsessed with Max for months, I think, so she'll agree with literally anything. Literally with anything Max says. So, yeah. Do you think he's trying to do this to coincide with the Lex podcast despite you both? I don't think it has to do with the Lex podcast. I think it has to do, I think the subreddit stuff like fucked his mind like really hard. Who's this? Unless you're something super relevant.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to see if I bro. I was just watching some of the stream. Sorry, dude. I don't mean to cut you off. I'll pop out. I know you're going through some shit.
Okay, have fun, buddy.
All right, bro. Stay strong, brother.
Quick.
Lav on her stream said she thinks it's hypocritical for you to call Max a narcissist. That's because she probably doesn't know what a narcissist is. I don't think Lav has very much people experience in general, which is probably one of the reasons why she's so easy to manipulate, which is kind of what Max has done to her. It's like I said, like, I don't really blame Lav much,
Is there any
although it kind of
particular
hurts me.
reason why Lav is obsessed with Mr. Girl?
So
Like, they
Mr.
have their own
Girl,
relationship, or?
Mr. Girl is a person who has a lot of gravity. I think he's kind of similar, actually, I think, to Steven in this way. It seems like, especially with women, like some guys just have a lot of gravity for like whatever reason. You know, Max is, no matter how big of a piece of shit I think he's being, he's extremely smart. Like he's a very, very, very smart person. He's kind of really unique in the fact that he's kind of like refreshing, that he's so like emotionally blunt. And there's also, so one thing that I really dislike when I engage with Max, that I can see other people finding it kind of attractive maybe, or enjoyable, or like intriguing, is there's always this tension with him where you know that he's trying to mind read you at all times and trying to read implications into all of your words. And so you like can't help but trying to do the same thing back to him. And I fucking hate that shit. I'm not interested, but I definitely know some people who find that very interesting and like seem to like to engage in that dynamic in relationships. That's like the best I can guess. I think she feels very similar to him in that like she's got a really traumatic childhood, like really high trauma childhood. And he's also got a pretty high trauma childhood. So I think there's probably some level of kinship over that as well. A lot of like, she seems to be really into kind of the mind reading type of engagement with people. And so I think she gets that a lot. I think like Max is like probably the most extreme that I've met personally, like not personally, but like interpersonal interaction that does that. So if she enjoys that style of engagement particularly a lot, that's going to be like one of her most favorite people to go to. Whereas that's really different about like Max and Destiny, is like Destiny says exactly what he means. There's no implications. There's nothing more than what he means. If he says, I think you're doing bad here, he means you're literally doing a bad thing. And that is the full stop. He's not implying that you're a bad person. It doesn't go beyond that. Right. So that's how Max and Destiny are very, very different.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think I understand. It's just I guess like every time you talk to Max, it's a struggle session, kind of.
Yeah, he's very mindfucky. He's very, very
Right.
mindfucky, and I've seen very, very, very few streamers in the space know how to manage it.
And I guess some people just want to get mind fucked. Okay.
I don't think
I
you
understand.
want to, but it's compelling because it's about like the. So here's what's really compelling about Max is that he uniquely has here now conversations almost always. What people are calling the meta is fundamentally what in like existential therapy we would call a here now conversation. And as somebody who's run treatment and therapy that focuses on healthy, by the way, healthy, not manipulative here now conversations, they're so interesting because they're deeply about you. And those are our favorite conversations, right? So like that's why a lot of people I think really enjoy the Max stuff because it's deeply here now, and we rarely get to experience that, right? Like I could conjure it up right now, in part because I'm trained, which is why I almost actually never engage in here now conversations on stream. I just want to be really careful about it. Like I could conjure it now by being like, how do you feel about me precisely like right now? Like how you felt about the fact that I interrupted our politics conversation to like drag you into this drama? Like, is that upsetting you in any way? That would be, right? And that question, you can tell it puts pressure on you. Yeah, I'm not actually asking, but that would be an immediate here now question. And then what he does is he decides whether he thinks your answer is right. So if you said no, he'd be like, I don't think that's true. I noticed a weird pause when I switched over, and I'm pretty sure that you actually are extremely angry, but you're too passive and cowardly to be honest with me about the fact that you're upset that I moved on in the conversation, right? So that's the next thing that he's going to do. Here now conversations are fascinating because we never do them in our culture. At all.
I think I know what you're talking about. It's like I think a lot of police might rely on them because everyone wants it's the whole everyone wants to tell their story thing. So if you can get a suspect talking, you can talk them into a corner kind of thing, right?
It's more than that because it's not just talking about your life, it's talking about you, who you are right now in this moment. How do you feel right now in this moment? What is the body expressions that you're having? What does your heart feel like? What is your chest? Are your palms sweaty? Like it's very intimate and in your face, and people basically never have it. It's a very weird style of engagement that I've never seen in any of the existential groups I've run. I've never seen a group not be absorbed by here now conversations.
Right. No, I think I understand you. Yeah.
Because Lab is one of the people that I was talking to on a more personal level, but I've always said something that, like, when I see people, like, turning against me, I never, like, fight for relationships because it's weird. I don't want to be in some weird, like, manipulator game back and forth where me and Max are playing, like, tug of war over the mind of, like, a vulnerable 24-year-old. I think the thing that bothers me the most is that Max, aside from, like, being, like, a literal rapist, like, talking about, like, oh, yeah, when women say no, I fuck them anyways because I know what they really want. It's irritating that he's the one at the end of the day, and then watching him manipulate and gaslight the fuck out of Lav on his stream, and, like, the pictures that Shaylin is drawing of him and Max adopting her, and then, like, him on stream trying to, like, pull her, like, you've got to leave Destiny's community. I left for you, Lav. No, you didn't, motherfucker. You left because you got ass mad, and now you're trying to suck more people into your orbit. To see somebody that manipulative and that abusive, like I said, and I'll say this a million times, if anybody wants to leak DMs, if they think I'm being a manipulator or I'm being abusive, feel free to do it. Go for it. Like I said, I'm usually really upfront with everybody at anything. If I feel like somebody is like, oh, Destiny, I don't like this, okay, fine, then fucking leave. I won't talk to you anymore. Like, that's it. Yeah. Has Anna matured a lot off stream? From what we've seen, she never seemed like somebody who can engage in casual sex in the way. I think she probably can. Like I said, me and Anna behind closed doors have been chill for literally like a year. Every now and then she'll have a cycle on stream, and then her and Kiwi Farms like fucking egg each other on, and then sometimes she'll like spam messages at me, but then like usually in a day or two she'll be like, oops, I looped, and I'll be like, okay, chill, and then it's just whatever. Like that's been more or less like the past like 8 months of our conversation.
Well, I mean that's good for her. It sounded a lot worse before.
Leave, sex slave. What do you want?
Can I say something?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. I just find it incredibly abusive and manipulative. The fact that he's using Anna as the foreground of his battle just for his benefit. And
yeah, it's also really fucked too because she started to message people now using a lot of the language that he's
This is Melina
in the call right now? Yeah. Okay, yeah.
used.
Yes.
And I can tell that he is like getting in her head and like hyping her the fuck up on everything that he is saying about other people. Yeah.
Exactly. And she's gone through rough shit. And this is him bringing her back on, making her go back through everything that she's gone through before. So this is ultra fucked up, and I don't think people are realizing how fucked up that is.
Yeah, like I noticed this when she sent me this message like a day ago, where she's basically saying that like I get tons of hate and harassment from your community. You know this, and you exploit this, and you face no consequences. Big streamer news networks repeat your words. Articles get written because of things you say. Like a lot of it is the same talking points that I see Max and Lav and probably Shaylin are like echoing. So I know that they've been speaking to her. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I know that. I can't reveal that. I know that Anna has been speaking to them a ton, and I know that Max has been like mind fucking her a ton on a lot of this shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, like she just told me right now. Sorry to leak the DM from Anna. Anna just said, okay, fine. Max is telling me that you're going to go nuclear on me and got me scared. I'm not going to go nuclear on Anna because me and Anna don't have any problems. We haven't had problems for literally a year. Sometimes she loops on stream about me and it's annoying, but like I ignore it. My community doesn't respond to it. And then like a day later, she's like, oh shit, I looped and that's it. Boom. I haven't touched up to Anna for a year. That's it. We're cool. Everything's been fine there for a long time. But Max is like digging in and he's like trying to like, because the problem, I think the thing that happened.
It's Nunu. It's not Melina. Sorry. This is Nunu.
Was after Max built this narrative of Anna, he realized he couldn't find a single other girl to reinforce this story because it's bullshit. And now he's like desperately trying to like hype the Anna shit and maybe try to like get Lav on it as well. But I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of.
And so the other thing is, this is one of, I guess, I don't know, this is me, this is not you from your words or anything, but I feel like the situation with Anna was a big vulnerability for you because it was a part of your life that was really tough. And not only for you, but for Anna as well.
Sure, like a year or two ago when she was streaming like every single day talking about me, and when Zerka was farming or whatever, yeah, that was fucking annoying. But yeah, but like for over a year, that's been like done. Like, I don't care.
No, yeah, so everything's like chill now, and you and her are like on, you know, decent terms and just talking as friends and stuff. And now he's bringing it back to make it like go absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I think another issue is I think somebody must have brought it up to them. I don't know how many people know this, but it was brought up to either Lav or Max. Then they brought it up on stream, and then Max posted like, was it like 100 times in his subreddit defending his characterization of the Anna stuff? I think that somebody can tell me if they were watching the subreddit, but yeah, Max started to post a ton in his subreddit, like attacking me like over all the Anna shit. So I think that he wanted to yeah, I think that he wanted to like bring that back up to like prove some shit about me basically, but yeah.
Also, something else I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
So him blaming you for what did he say just now? He said that the fact that your community attacks her is because of the shit you say about her. And Anna and I have been very friendly in the past. Like I have no personal issues with her. The thing is, I've said this to Anna directly as well. The more she speaks about it and she loops on stream and all of that, the more your community and even other random people are going to shit on her. So it's not what you say about her, and you've stopped saying things about her when she asks you to stop saying things about her.
Mm-hmm.
It's because she talks about you on stream all the time. So like, you know.
Yeah, and it's not even my community. It's usually like the Kiwi farms is who she goes back and forth now, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's not, it seems like he knows like surface, like he probably knows the situation, but blaming everything on you is just, it's just bad faith.
Yeah.
It's completely fake.
Excuse me, we do not sound the same.
Good job.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hello, I don't understand. What do you guys think?
You're both fucking Europeans.
That's why we're not even
Sorry. I'm sorry, Melina.
from the same country.
Nope.
Close enough.
Melina sounds like Canute women.
True.
I just heard girl with nice sounding, light, feminine voice. Okay.
You sound like a baguette. That's what you sound like.
Oh yeah, I have it's big. I got a strong baguette. I am a strong baguette, French baguette. But yes.
Okay.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. That's all.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Have fun.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to. I don't know if there's anything else to go over, but I don't know if Max is planning on dropping a manifesto or some shit. If that's his like fucking goal. I know that he's getting really frustrated because in the background he's saying that like none of these girls are getting back to him. He's not getting the stories that he wants. Maybe now that it's all public, you know, if you feel like you're a woman and you've been abused by me, or if I've been sexually manipulating you, feel free to go and talk to Max in the background, and he'll give all the publicity to your story that you need. Yeah. Watch the Shaylin interview. I don't really want to because, like I said, I'm trying to view Shaylin as more of a victim than like anything else. From what I heard, I saw people in chat typing things. It sounded like Shaylin is basically like just 100% a megaphone for Max. She's just repeating all of his exact same talking points verbatim. She's probably been abused by him for years now. I don't know if there's anything else. Like, I'm not going to sit here and attack like a victim of his, you know, for days or hours. Like, it just seems kind of shitty. But I mean, I feel the same way about Lav too, even though I had higher expectations. But so, won't you go into post logs of the things that Mr.
Case is I do know that there was some kind of story about Shaylin's detrans arc, how Max detransed her.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that all ended up just being copium too.
Oh man,
that's just me spitballing here, but I don't know. I
know interpersonal stuff gets so messy. It's so fucking messy, and it's like, let's assume we take Destiny at his word, and maybe Shaylin is fully the victim. If she's an adult, what's still her responsibility? Now it's really tricky because Max is older, right? There's so many, again, there's so many of these things that make the situation riskier, more difficult, and more complicated to analyze.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But there's an element of like, she's also choosing to stay in this relationship. She's choosing to defend him publicly like this. She like released the tweet about Cherry and Stardust, like, but we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. And it's really weird that Max refused to let her come on stream until he wanted to attack Destiny, basically. Like, why the shift? Why is she suddenly on stream now?
I do recall him saying in the past, like, I don't want her in this space because it's my space and I wouldn't go into her space kind of thing. I think he said something like that. And also, I guess there's just the wider point of, like, is it really possible to detrans someone? Like, if they're actually trans, to force them through some method to make them not trans? Like, it doesn't seem possible to me.
That's a whole other topic.
Yes.
It's a good question. But I do know that she said with the trans stuff, she was grateful to him for it. So it's like, the problem is like I don't want to get into like pig pilling and shit like that. I think it's a whole other conversation that is, But I will say, she does say that she loves Max, that he's not abusing her, that she's happy with her relationship, that people are wrongfully misconstruing their relationship, that she's grateful that he detransitioned her. Those are all of her statements, just to be clear.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And there's also like there are some strange relationship dynamics where, like, I know one couple personally where the guy just hits his girlfriend, and everyone who meets them is like, what the fuck is this? And they're both like, no, we're okay with this. And it's like, hold on, are you just abused into being okay with this, or are you actually okay with this? And they're like, no, we're actually okay with this. Like, I want him to hit me. And it's like, what do you say to that? I don't know. I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah. I mean, this is a really, I mean, this is where I think there's some really, really cool women I know who work with like interpartner violence a lot. And it's really interesting having these conversations with them about being like, well, what do you do with somebody? So for example, a different situation, but when I was working in the teen non-voluntary lockup, there was a couple of girls who came into our facility who were being, I would say, they were functionally being trafficked, but by their underage boyfriend. But they were saying that they were okay with it and that they wanted it and that they were just having like an open relationship, right? This is where it gets into really dicey things. Well, like in the case of a child, we're way more willing as a society to say, no, it doesn't matter if you think that this is okay. It's not okay, right? So that's a little bit more simple to solve. But then when you talk with people who, for example, work with like women fleeing domestic violence, I mean, the rate at which women who are fleeing domestic violence go back to their partner, it makes all of these things really complicated. Like so many people, when they talk about like domestic abuse or like interpartner violence or and whatnot, they try to make it sound like it's this solved thing and it's really simple. It's not simple. It's incredibly complicated. And as somebody with pretty minimal experience, but who's talked to lots of people, it is an insanely complex situation. There's a lot of mind fucking that goes on that will cause people in the moment to say that things are fine and really feel that it's fine and really feel like they're consenting, that 4 to 5 years later when they're out of the relationship, they're like, holy fuck, no, I wasn't fine. No, I wasn't consenting. And it's like, which person do you listen to? Our society, empirically, we tend to lean towards the later person. But like, there's this argument of being like, if you're in the middle of it with a person, if you're in the middle of trying to convince them not to go back to their domestic partner, which part of them do you listen to? Do you listen to like what you think is best for them or what they're saying is best for them? Not an easy answer. Really not an easy answer. Because if you don't listen to them, you're basically saying your agency doesn't matter as much right now, which we can do, but then we have to own from our chest that we're willing to do that sometimes. And it feels like our society isn't quite ready for that. Because there's so many problems with it. Yeah. Sorry.
There seems to be an inverse effect sometimes too, where like people weren't traumatized, and then in the future, because of a new social circle that they're in, of people who are saying, no, I think you actually were traumatized, and then they kind of like convince themselves that they were when they weren't. I think also the inverse probably happens as well.
It does. It does. And so this is the issue, like with the girl who's being trafficked, there's multiple staff telling her that she's being traumatized. She probably was and is. The problem is that, so this is my view. Trauma and people's life experiences, their self-narrative, are theirs and theirs alone. It is not your job ever as a person who loves them to impose your perception of their narrative onto them. You can be like, this is maybe what I think is going on. These are some of my thoughts, but it's really important, especially in my view with trauma, to allow people to label it trauma if and when they're ready, and only then. And I'm so lucky that a lot of people in my life allowed me the liberty to do that. Because like I was like 19 to 20 before I realized that there was like some pretty like not okay stuff going on in my home when I was a child. But I'm glad that I was given the space to make that decision on my own. And finally, like I turned to one of my friends and I was like, I remember my friend handled this so well because she knew all of my life. And I finally turned to her at like 20 and I was like, I think there was I think there was some abuse going on in my home. And she's like, why do you think that? And then I like explained stuff that she already knew. And I was like, that's actually really abusive. And she was like, it is pretty abusive. Yeah. And I was like, I think that's kind of why I'm fucked up a little bit. And she was like, possibly. She's like, I've been thinking about that for a while, but I think it's really important that like you come to that realization. And it's like, I'm so grateful for that friend. She was so wise to hear my life story about some of the shit that was happening and not immediately go, that's abuse. Because it's like the reality is that I wasn't ready at the time that I told her to realize that it was abuse. And by the time I realized it, I was in a space in my life where I was trying to understand who I was. And I was ready and big enough to like handle the scariness that is to like look at your childhood and be like, that shit was fucked. And it's really bad in my view to rob somebody of the opportunity to move through that on their timing.
Yeah. And then there is also seems to be the possibility that it actually isn't abuse, right? Like you could have, it's conceivable that that some people have some sort of kink relationship where, yeah, there's just some, one partner hits another partner sometimes. You know, it's and they actually are like completely fine with it. So there's, I understand what you're saying.
Ready?
Yep. Girl listen to other people. The reason why I don't want to is I don't want to reveal who they're coming from. Because if I start posting, I mean, like if Max challenges me on anything, I'll just start leaking because I guess who the fuck cares? And I don't think any of these people, care. Jesus. What did
Really?
There's like clips of like Lab like almost comparing me to Harvey Weinstein. Oh Jesus. His framing on this is so crazy. Sorry, just reading through some of these DMs. I thought you and Destiny were friends. Well, we're friends. I guess I'll just read it. Fuck it. I stopped working with him because I think he's abusive to his orbiters. And then I found out he's been lying about and smearing the women he fucks. And then someone told me that he said he's aroused by psychologically tormenting women.
What the fuck?
So I guess we're friends, but he's also a sociopath, and I'd like to figure out what's going on. The thing is, my hands are always tied because I'm not going to reveal every single person that I've had a sexual relationship with because it's
Possible
for their respect to their privacy. Like, there have been quite a few for sure. But like,
what?
Like, there are girls that I don't have sex with anymore because of reasons, and they still come on the stream, everything's fine. Some of them get girlfriends, some of them get married, some of them, like, there's plenty of girls that have been on that I've never interacted with sexually. There's been plenty of people that I've blown up that I have and haven't interacted with sexually. Like, it's just like the craziest like story in his mind. I've had issues with guys, not issues with guys, like. But I guess it's kind of hard to prove a negative. Well, I don't have to prove a negative, actually. He would have to prove the positive, huh? Max really ended up becoming your supervillain, huh? Yeah, I feel like I put so much out there for him. It's actually insane. I was the only person that was willing to listen to him after the weird, like, shit with Vosh. I steel man the fuck out of, like, his, like, basically pro-rape videos. Are you worried that Max is never gonna stop? I'm worried that I'm gonna become, like, a new Dr. K for him, and now he's just gonna go, like, full fucking... This is gonna be what he spends the next, like, 3 months on, is just basically publishing Anna videos about me, but...
So here's something that I'm wondering, and maybe it's. It sounds a bit victim blamey, and that's never good. But maybe we can explore the idea anyway. Destiny has created so many of his own villains.
Yeah.
At what point do you think it's reasonable to say, hey, what am I doing? That I've made Vosh and Hassan and now Mr. Girl and everyone else who's burned a bridge. Yeah. What is it that I'm doing that's causing this?
Man, okay. This is for sure going to be a mind read, so I could be wrong. And have you ever seen the interview with Dr. K and Steven?
No, I have not.
This is why I maintain some level of respect for Dr. K, even though I disagree with like certain things that he does. I think Dr. K had the most accurate read of Steven within 3 hours that I think I've seen anyone do, which is that they talked about this idea that basically like to operate and function within the highly volatile, highly like intense space that he's in that's so toxic, he's essentially like closed the door to certain colors of like essentially a human experience in his life. And some of that is emotionality, right? The biggest driver, I think, I know this because I asked him about it publicly. The biggest motivation for him is fun and interesting. Anything that kind of gets his gears going is what he loves the most. And the problem is that bad people or unhinged people or sometimes mentally unwell people or bad actors can be damn interesting people. And if you enjoy fighting with people, they can be particularly interesting. The problem is that that's not a good metric of who to trust. And so this is something I think he would maybe not agree with me in. I think there's definitely a situation, an issue going on that like, I don't know if he has the best metric of precisely who is trustworthy and who is not. And I think there's a second thing that's going on, and because of his position of like such large amounts of fame for so long, he doesn't have to pursue friendships. Mostly people come to him and pursue him. And this is a similar issue actually that my best friend has. She's just like she's just a really cool person. People fucking love the shit on my best friend. Everyone wants to be her friend. And I remember in high school, she'd have people like following her around unironically, just trying to spend time with her because she's just got gravity. We would always joke that she has like crazy animal pheromones or something because people were just like drawn to her always. And what we realized when she was like hitting major crises in her life is that she had very, very few friends around her that were of depth and substance that she could rely on. And she didn't even know who they were because she'd never really had to pick and pursue somebody. She'd always had people kind of thrust upon her. And she would look at me and she'd be like, you have amazing friendships. Like you have really good friends. You can really rely on them. Like, what's the difference here? And I was like, well, I pursue friendships. I've never, ever had somebody try to pursue a friendship with me because people think I'm a bitch or they think I'm intimidating, whatever the fuck that means. I think that usually just means that you're a bitch and they want to say nice things. And I'm highly disagreeable. And I've never really been a part of like Christian girl club very well because I always want to fight with men about theology.
Well, I haven't gotten that impression from you so far.
I've grown a lot. And because of that, I always selected my friends and then pursued them. And because of that, I could just look at the crowds of people, watch how they treated others and go, that's a good person, and then pursue them as a friend. And that's what I did. I would literally be like, she seems based. And then I would pick them and pursue them as a friend. And this is my reality. I'm always really close friends with people who are insanely popular, but nobody likes me that much, right? That's like Nick too. And Nick, everyone fucking loves the shit out of Nick. But in fairness, he pursued me. That was a bit of a different dynamic. So I suspect it's a mixture of these things going on for Destiny. And if he like learned to basically pursue the friends that are meaningful, I think he would see a major offset of this. But I think that's a tricky thing to learn and realize. Yeah,
it is. I mean, some of that story sounds familiar to me just because like I get 100 DMs a day just being my size. If I ever lacked for, let's say, non-sexual companionship, all I would have to do is talk to a fan, and they'd be like, whenever I reply to a DM, it's always like, oh my god, you're actually talking to me. This is amazing. It's like, it's not that amazing, dude. Like I'm a pretty normal guy, but they see it as amazing, and sometimes I have, geez, like I sometimes have ego problems, and I'm like, listen, you're not actually that amazing. You gotta calm down, the ego. But like, if I ever, I'm at a point now that because of having fans, I don't need to like also pursue people, right? I can, if I want a giant room full of yes men, I can have it, but I don't want that, you know. So I guess I kind of empathize with that. It sounds like it makes a lot of sense, and maybe applies to me as well on some level. This isn't about me though. So we've hit the soft end point that you wanted to give Naomi at 10:30.
All right, get out of here. I will leave the call if you don't. Okay, I respect relationships and I respect women.
Hold on. Give me a couple minutes before I get out of here, okay? Let me give you my final thoughts.
You have 2 minutes.
Also,
You have 2
somebody
minutes.
Somebody in your chat is saying that you should go talk to Destiny before he leaves, because he's apparently putting a moratorium on Mr. Girl content. So maybe it would be better for you to talk to him than me right now. I guess thanks very much for talking to me. It was very fun, and I want to do it some more because this is a very enjoyable experience for me. You know, I don't talk to this side of the internet much, and I've been slowly, stepping my toes into it a little bit.
Slowly muddying, dirtying your hands.
Yeah. I do have one request, if you don't mind, and you can completely say no. I'm not going to take it in any negative way, because it is your show.
Fully believe you.
It is your show.
You've been extremely charitable and flexible with me, so.
Oh, well, thank you. I did an absolutely terrible job of explaining the contents of my 3 forms of fascism video, and I should have looked it over.
I'm gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it.
Yeah. Hold on.
We're gonna watch it together.
Going off.
That's your girlfriend being like, "Get the fuck off the internet. Let's go on our fucking date already. Oh my god."
I guess the TLDR is I did a very poor job of explaining that to your chat, and so if you are so inclined, I would be appreciative if you showed them the video. You don't have to, but maybe it would make some good content for you reacting to it.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks very much.
Bye.
Let's talk again. Okay.
Thanks for chatting, buddy.
See ya. Bye, everyone.
Bye.